Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to present a public petition regarding compensation of persons affected by Mombasa-Mariakani Road Dwelling Project. I, the undersigned, on behalf of Mombasa West Community Project affected persons of Jomvu constituency, that is starting from Jomvu Nakol all the way to Bahati area, draw the attention of the House to the following, Madam Speaker. That the Kenya National Highway Authority, KENHA, undertook rehabilitation and expansion of a 41.3 kilometer regional Mombasa Port Access Road from Mombasa town heading to Mariakani as part of a 2,000 kilometer long corridor directly connecting the port of Mombasa to several neighboring countries, but whose construction has stopped in Jomvu, Madafuni, where the said road is in a pathetic state despite being the gateway to Mombasa. That, Madam Speaker, whereas the construction part of the project was financed by the African Development Bank, German KfW, European Investment Bank, and the European Africa Infrastructure Trust Fund, the government of Kenya was to oversee compensation of all project-affected persons on the project corridor. That, Madam Speaker, pursuant to this arrangement, in 2004, KENHA prepared a faulty resettlement action plan that excluded use of graphic information system on asset inventory tabulation, but later claimed that the project was allegedly on public land. That, Madam Speaker, on this part, the National Land Commission conducted an unclear evaluation that led to grave injustice being meted out on project-affected persons. That, Madam Speaker, contrary to expectations and arrangement, KENHA proceeded to brutally evict residents of Jomvu constituency from their houses without notice in May 2017, while the National Land Commission omitted many residents and property owners from the final compensation list. That, Madam Speaker, efforts by the project's affected persons to secure the collaboration and cooperation of Kenya and the National Land Commission has been futile, and that the issues in respect of this petition is raised are not pending before any court of law or any constitutional or legal body. Therefore, Madam Speaker, your humble petitioners pray the National Assembly through the Public Petitions Committee, 1, urgently intervene to compel the National Land Commission to compensate project-affected persons fairly and in accordance with the actual value of their assets, and to disclose the valuation report feedback which they have declined, Madam Speaker, up to now. Second, Madam Speaker, the committee should direct KENHA to implement the corrective action plan agreed with project-affected persons and to additionally embrace use of geographic information system in asset inventory. And lastly, Madam Speaker, the committee makes any other recommendation or action it deems fit in addressing the plight of the petitioners. And your petitioner will ever pray. Presented and signed by Honorable Badi Twalib, kijana mwepesi, Garange di Mabior, Mzee Fulangenge, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Honorable Member for Kilifi, Honorable Bayu, did you want to comment, or where have you put your card? Us to make comments on this, so just press the intervention button. Honorable Dr. Otiende Omolo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to support that petition by Honorable Badi. Issues of land are issues that are emotive and are very important. And if there's an allegation that the selective compensation, it is worthy of inquiry. Particularly, Madam Speaker, because we do know that some of the relevant agencies have adopted a rather unfortunate practice of selecting who to compensate and inflating the prices while ignoring others without any compensation at all. I think it is important under the Constitution that it is not only those who have title to land who are entitled to compensation, but anyone who has had usage of the land lawfully, even if they do not have title, are entitled to compensation. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I fully support that this petition be submitted to the relevant committee and a proper inquiry be done, including summoning the National Land Commission and Kenha to clarify those issues. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Leader for Majority, Honorable James Wandai.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me also add my voice to this petition, which I think is very important. You know, I can feel for the residents of Jomvu constituency, the great Jomvu constituency, led by my friend, Honorable Badi Twalib. You know, under the law, and indeed the guidelines, before an implementing agency undertakes a project, first and foremost, they must be sure that they have got a proper budgetary allocation, adequate budgetary allocation. Even if a project is co-funded by international partners, the component for land compensation ordinarily comes from the GOK, as is the case in this matter. So it is important that the implementing agencies, which in this case was Kenha, should have taken it upon itself to carry out, to allocate enough money and transfer that money to the National Land Commission for purposes of compensating the project affected persons. There can be no shortcut. You can't commence a project before the project affected persons or PAPs are compensated for their land. So I think this is a very, 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 very unwarranted injustice on the people of Jomvu. And I think steps must be taken to remedy the situation, Madam Speaker. And therefore, I support the idea that this petition be processed in an expeditious manner. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kilifi North, Honourable Owen Baya.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I want to join my friend, Honourable Badi Twalib Dimabior Fulangenge Kijana Mwepesi, on his petition. The people of Jomvu have suffered, especially when compensation for land for which they rightfully own was done to other people. And that injustice must be corrected. But we are also happy now that National Lands Commission has a new CEO, the very good lady Tache Kabale, who I am very sure will ensure that compensation for land is done to the rightful people and done at the right rates, and that there are no exorbitant bills or there are no inflated compensations because you want to favor people who are seen as more correct than others. And therefore, I want to urge Badi Twalib, because his constituency is one that has a lot of these issues, to consolidate all these issues and ensure they are solved once and for all, so that the people of Jomvu can get justice for these many injustices that they have. The land in Jomvu belongs to the people of Jomvu. And if compensation must be done, it must be done for the people of Jomvu. And the people of Jomvu must get money for their land and not any other person. So, Honourable Speaker, I want to support and ask the committee in charge of petitions to expeditiously look at this petition and give justice, because justice delayed is justice not. So I want to thank you, Honourable Speaker, and congratulate my friend, my brother, Honourable Badi Twalib, on this petition. I thank you.
The Honourable Gertrude Bayu, Member for Kilifi.
Asante, Madam Speaker. Nataka kumuunga mkono kakaangu Mheshimiwa Badi Twalib, anajiita Fulangenge, Madam Speaker, kuungana naye kuomba serikali na hasa komisheni ya mambo ya mashamba hao watu wa Jomvu waweze kulipwa. Makadirio ya malipo yalikuwa yashafanywa, pesa ziko, lakini upetelevu wa kazi ya wafanyaji kazi wengine, wakubwa wengine pale ambao wameongeza mambo ambayo hayamo, watu wa Jomvu wamekosa kulipwa fidia zao. Wanaweka hizi pesa, na najua kuna ujanja pale, Madam Speaker, ili waweze kugawanya ile interest ya hizi pesa zote ambazo zilikuanza kufidia wananchi wa Jomvu. Hawa ni Wakenya sawa sawa na Mkenya mwingine ambao walifurushwa makao yao. Kwanza hiyo barabara ya Madafuni ni mbaya sana, wakatolewa wananchi wa Jomvu kwa nguvu, Madam Speaker, kisha hawajaweza kulipwa fidia. Majangili hawa ambao wanakataza haki ya watu wa Jomvu waweze kukabiliwa na watu wa Jomvu wapate haki yao. Na muunga mkono Mheshimiwa Badi Twalib. Asante.
Honorable Member for Taita Taveta, Honorable Lydia Muzigi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for also giving me this opportunity. I want to begin by supporting the petition. Madam Speaker, we have seen so many families languishing in poverty because their land has been taken by government for development purposes, and they have not been compensated. And Jomvu being one of the places that they're suffering from that, Madam Speaker, I also have cases in Taita Taveta where SGR victims have not been compensated. There are some people also, their land was taken for airstrip project, which they have not been compensated. Therefore, Madam Speaker, it is about time the agencies involved in such should come out and compensate, Madam Speaker. I really do support. Thank you.
The Honorable Junet Sheikh.
Madam Speaker, I stand to support the Honorable Member, Mheshimiwa Honorable Badi Twalib, John Garang de Bebior Fulagenge. That's his real name. So, Madam Speaker, first I want to bring to the attention of the House that petitions are very important because it's not like ordinary questions. I want the committee that's in charge of petitions in the House to come up with a detailed report, an inquiry into this matter. It's not like the question that are answered here by the CSS, Madam Speaker. That is why the House came up with the petitions committee, even though I know the chair is not around as usual, but he's never around, but the members of that committee should furnish this House. He's never around. I think the majority leader will stand in for him as usual, the chairman of the petition committees, the chair. So, Madam Speaker, this matter is very important to the Mombasa people, especially the Jomvu constituency where Honorable Badi comes. And I know, Madam Speaker, the road has been blocked by certain businessmen, by companies that are situated on that road, have decided to work in cohorts with Kenya to block the expansion of that road completely for the last 4 years. I don't want to mention names here. We'll mention them when the petition comes. We mention them. Now let's spare the committee to do that work. So, Madam Speaker, let those businessmen be told to leave the road because the road is going to be used by all Kenyans. And, Madam Speaker, Mombasa is a small town, is a small island. If there will be no proper accessibility, people in that town will suffer, Madam Speaker. And the issue of compensation has been a big problem in that area. There are people who have been evicted from that land and they have never been compensated up to now for the last 4 years. So, Madam Speaker, I want to support Honorable Badi that this matter must be brought to conclusion, and the petition committee, Madam Speaker, give them not more than for 2 weeks to furnish this House with a proper report that this house that can be useful to this house. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Majority Leader, sorry.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And let me support the petition by the people of Jomvu constituency in Mombasa. Honorable Speaker, the question of land compensation, as Minority Whip says, is a very touchy subject. And we've always said land is an emotive and touchy subject in this country. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, as much as land is emotive and touchy, it's also true that the development of infrastructure goes a long way to improving not just the lot of the people around where the infrastructure is being built, and in this case, the road in Jomvu, and the opening up the entire of the Mombasa Island, but also helps to improve connectivity between towns. And the member for Jomvu will tell you how difficult it is, especially during rush hours, to move from the island of Mombasa even to get to Kilifi or Mtwapa using that road. But, Honorable Speaker, we must look at bigger issues on land compensation in this country. And this afternoon, Honorable Speaker, I had a meeting with the CEO of the National Lands Commission. And among the issues we are discussing are issues touching on land compensation, because Kenya, who should be providing the funds, has failed. And I have no fear in saying we have a very inept Director General of Kenya, completely inept. And the Minister in charge of infrastructure, CS Kipchumba Murkomen, must either take up the work of the DG Kenya or act on the DG Kenya to make sure that he does his work in accordance with the law. Because we can't be lamenting here as members of parliament. I can see the Honorable Pio and I saying the DG is from my county. It is true. The DG comes from my county in Kiambu.
What's your
But I do not stomach ineptness even in my own office.
I'm on a point of order.
Not stomach ineptness.
I'm on a point of order. Madam Speaker, you know we have got rules in this house that have to be applied at all times. I have got no knowledge of that DG in person, and neither do I hold brief for him. But our rules don't allow us to discuss the conduct of a person who cannot defend themselves on the floor of this house. It would be better if there's an issue with the DG Kenya that a motion is brought to discuss his conduct or performance so that we can deal with the matter in a procedural manner. Thank you.
What's your point of order, Honorable Junet?
Honorable Speaker, I don't want, I cannot disagree with my leader here. But Madam Speaker, we are discussing here the office of the Kenya National Highway Authority, Madam Speaker. And if they are doing a shoddy job, and you know, through God, through, I think, some angels that now has come through the majority leader, and the majority himself is condemning today Kenya here in the House, Madam Speaker. We just have to clap for him. We cannot oppose him. We cannot oppose the majority leader. Yeah.
You may proceed, Majority Leader, with those compliments.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You know, my good friend, the leader of minority, might not have listened to me keenly because he was being interrupted by the member for Kathiani. Because I was not discussing the conduct of a person. I was discussing the office of the Director General of Kenya. And the person who holds that office, if he's inept, I have no fear saying he's inept. And I said he actually hails from my county. But ineptness, not village, county. And the Honorable Junet must know I do not just come from a village. I come from a village called Mayaihe that hosts the Alliance High School. And I don't need to say that. That is why the senior counsel, Otiende Amolo, the other day I went to a village school. But you know, it is so derogatory to refer to the Alliance High School as a village school. Honorable Speaker, I was saying on Kenya, Honorable Speaker, because that is a bigger issue. we cannot be committing public resources to construction of roads. And the engineers who designed those roads know that they have designed a road that is going to touch on a particular land that belongs to members of the public. By the time they are committing a contractor, they must have made sure that the monies relating to land compensation have gone to NLC and the people compensated. Because we are also misusing and misappropriating public resources when contractors are penalizing the same Kenha for idle time because they cannot access the ground where they are to do a road. Honorable Speaker, is not just Jomvu. If you go to my constituency here, and those who drive to the western parts of Kenya will tell you, the junction around Gitaru, at the intersection of 3 major national highways, the southern bypass, the western bypass, and the Great Northern Corridor, Wayakiwe Rironi interchange. That interchange, Honorable Speaker, has stayed for like 4 or 5 years without being completed on account again of land compensation. And Honorable Speaker, the same thing with Kisumu, and the Honorable Junet will tell you, the Mamboleo Junction. Honorable Speaker, you must protect me from Honorable Junet. He's telling me to pronounce junction as Junction. And he knows I hail from Kikuyu, not the other part of that part of the country where the Honorable Tiende Omolo would say Junction. So the Mamboleo Junction has stayed, I think Mamboleo is close to 9 or 11 years, incomplete. But you can be certain the contractor there is charging for idle time, for idle equipment, and penalizing Kenha. And we are paying interest, Honorable Speaker. And that's why I'm saying the CS in charge of infrastructure, CS Kipchumba Murkomen, besides giving directives from his office, he must show this country that he is able to deliver on the mandate that the people of Kenya gave him through his appointment by His Excellency the President. And he must begin with Kenha. I say he must begin with Kenha. Because that is where the problem is. And I know they will hide behind, oh, we have not had resources, exchequer resources. If you look at the amount of money being wasted in what are called PBC contracts in Kenya, you'll be amazed. Contractors in Kenya and Kura are minting billions of shillings from taxpayers' money for sweeping roads and planting flowers. And these are facts, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. Therefore, let us not hide behind, oh, people, this one is from my county, the CS belongs to my coalition. They must deliver. And none other than President William Ruto has said every public officer he has appointed to office must deliver services to the people of Kenya. And if you are holding public office to serve private interests above public interest, count your days. And let me speak to those engineers in Kenya. Start counting your days if you do not shape up. You will either shape up or ship out. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Marakwet, Honorable Bowen Kangogo.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for giving me this opportunity to support a petition by Honorable Badi Twalib. Madam Chair, the petition by Honorable Badi Twalib is very, very important. And Madam Chair, I want to say the petition by Honorable Twalib is just one of many other issues of similar nature, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Land Commission, Madam Speaker, they need to up their game. There is a collusion between the Land Commission and the Kenya, especially even on issues of land valuation. And Madam Speaker, you can imagine a farmer with a half an acre. And the Kenya, they have designed a road along that half an acre. They have not been compensated. So, Madam Speaker, I want to support the petition. And Madam Speaker, also this House in the last Parliament, they passed the land index bill, which has not been operationalized up to now. Madam Speaker, the land index bill which was passed in this House was meant to address the disparities in land compensation across the country. So, Madam Speaker, even as we support this petition, as a House, we need to see on how we can address the corruption in the Land Commission. And I'm happy His Excellency the President, in the last month, took the valuation back to the Ministry of Lands. Madam Speaker, there are so many people who have, for many years, they have been waiting to be compensated either through the road projects or even water projects. Even water projects, Madam Speaker, the ministries rush into signing contracts. And they sign a contract where there is no place to develop. So, Madam Speaker, I think we need also to take issue with the CEOs, with the MDAs, with the ministries, and the professionals who are implementing government projects, that before they sign contracts, they make sure that the land is available, and is not only available, but the owners has been compensated. So I want to support the petition, Madam Speaker, that the people of Jomvu, those who are affected by the road, must be paid. I support.
Okay, I think we are done now. I'll just give one last chance, Honorable Beatrice Alachi, member for that.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also rise to support the petition. And Madam Speaker, to really plead and request. There are many roads, as I agree with Mombasa, and especially in terms of compensation. But also you find that there are many roads that were done, for example, with Kura in Nairobi, and you find that many of those roads were never finalized. And yet now they have new roads that they are about to start. And so even as we do all this, we need to look at the completion of these roads. And therefore, we are also pushing Kura to ensure they work in an efficient way, where when you start a road, complete the road before you start a new road, and especially in Nairobi. We have so many roads that were started and they are still hanging, and now we have new ones coming up. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I think, honorable members, we'll move to the next order, but before we do, I'd like to recognize the presence in the public gallery of Westridge School from Katanga constituency, Murang'a County. I also wish to recognize and again in the public gallery, Mugiko Secondary School, Lari constituency, Kiambu County. And I think I'll give an opportunity to the honorable member for Thika Town, Honorable Alice Nganga,
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much for this opportunity you have given to me. I want to welcome Westridge School in Parliament to come to this house of debate and see how we usually debate. I'm happy they came to visit and see what kind of work the director does. Westridge School is located in Katanga, Thika Greens. It includes pre-primary and post-primary, that is baby school, as well as from class 1 to class 8. We have a junior secondary school in Westridge, as well as from 1 to form 4. We also have the British curriculum. So I want to welcome them here so that they can get that confidence. Our first form 4 is sitting this year. I can only wish them nothing but the best in their exams, their forthcoming exams in the next 1 week. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity you have accorded me. Asante sana.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 4th July 2023. 1. Report of the Auditor General and Financial Statements on the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, IPRA, for the year ended 30th June 2022. Biannual report of the Commission on Administrative Justice for the period July-December 2022. Reports of the Auditor General and Financial Statements in respect of the following constituencies for the year ended 30th June 2022 and the certificates therein. Msambweni, Tiati, Mwingi West, Wajir West, Narok East, Narok South, Narok North, Galole, Kangundo, Garsen, Eldas, Tarbaj, Bura, Subukia, Molo, Kuresoi North, Mogotio, Fafi, Magarini, Kabete, Kibra, Konoin, Emur Dekir, Mboni, Rongai, and Matuga. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay.
Chairperson, Finance Committee, Honorable Kimani Kuria.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, the 4th of July, 2023. The report of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on its consideration of the Pensions Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 44 of 2022.
Honorable members, I've just received the physical petition of the Honorable Member for Jomvu. I now order that it be marked to the Committee on Petitions, and I think he has made a special request that it be dealt with within 2 weeks and report back to the House. Thank you.
Order number 7. Order number 6. Notices of motion.
What's your point of order? Nothing has even been said. Honorable Jared Okello. Okay, proceed.
Yeah. Madam Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity. There is a matter of great public interest that is touching on Kisumu as a county that I would really need your indulgence and your direction on. Honorable Speaker, on the fateful day, 18th day of February 2023, the Lands Registry offices in Awasi caught fire on a weekend, and all the documents were destroyed that relate to land matters of that area, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on the 19th day of May 2023...
Is that a point of order?
Yes. Yes, Madam Speaker.
Or you're making a statement?
No. I want your direction. Sorry, you were talking to my friend, Honorable
members, I kindly request that you consult in low tones so that I can be able to hear Honorable Jared Okello.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So on the 19th day of May 2023, the Ministry of Lands did issue a gazette notice requiring people holding parcels of land to present their documents at the Nyando offices so that the reconstruction of those documents could take shape, Madam Speaker.
Okay, Honorable Member, do you want to I'll give you an opportunity during statements.
During statements, okay. Thank you.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Yeah, it's questions and statements, but that's later. Honorable Joshua Kimilu, I think you had something, you're raising an issue?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. Madam Speaker, I'm standing on the, I'm raising on a point of order, under Standing Order 83, to seek your indirection regarding a delay in responses on, to questions, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I asked a question regarding Safaricom directed to the Minister of ICT on 23rd March 2023, but to date, I have not received any response, and there is also no indication of when the CS of ICT will appear in plenary to provide this answer. This formula on questions appears not to be working, Madam Speaker, especially where urgent matters are raised and needed an immediate answer. They end up being overtaken by events. Can the leadership of the House, Madam Speaker, provide guidance on how this issue can be resolved? Madam Speaker, other members in this House are undergoing the same problem. Questions are taking months not to be answered. Madam Speaker, I think this is the high time the leadership of the House need to give us a direction on the way forward.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Member. And I'm presuming that those were the questions that were presented on the 23rd of March before the CSS began to come to Parliament, right? So it's within, okay, so I think I'll allow Honorable John Waweru, member for Dagoretti South, who's also the chairperson for Information, Communication and Innovation. Is that what you told me?
Madam Speaker, you're perfectly in order because, Madam Speaker, you're perfectly in order because that committee is actually the Committee for Communication, Information and Innovation. There are people who try to call it ICT. We take them to school and let them know that ICT is a very small component of communication. So, Madam Speaker, because I'd presented myself and shown interest to speak on other matters, I'd like to know if you're calling me up on the issue of my statement or whether you're calling me on the matter I needed to contribute on.
Yes, I'm asking you to respond to the question by the Honorable Kemilu.
Okay, wonderful.
Do you remember the question?
It is, the question is properly before the committee, and in fact what we are doing is the expediting for a response. So I'd like to make this commitment on the floor of the House for the Honorable Member of Kaiti that he shall get comprehensive responses from our committee after we engage the ministry, and that would be in 2 weeks, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Okay. How many other questions do we have? Okay, I think since there are no other questions and statements, I'll now give the Honorable Member for Nyando.
Once again, Madam Speaker, I thank you. Madam Speaker, as I did indicate at the beginning, there is a matter that I need your direction and great indulgence on. On the 18th day of February this year, fire burnt down Awasi registry, lands registry offices, Madam Speaker. Now, in that office, it takes care of most parcels within Kisumu County, starting from Kogonyi in Kisumu West, Sango in Nyakach, Fortenan in Muhoroni, all the way to Pala in Awasi. Madam Speaker, on the 19th day of May 2023, the Ministry of Lands did give a gazette notice asking owners of those parcels to present original documents to the offices in Awasi for reconstruction of documents, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, even though there was a direction of presenting documents within 60 days, that receiving or receipt of documents never took place until after 31 days, Madam Speaker, thereby leaving only 29 days, of course, again, excluding weekends, for the landowners to present their documents within that office, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that duration of time, considering the vast lands that whose documents were affected, isn't enough, Madam Speaker, and therefore I seek your direction on this matter, whether to ask the Ministry of Lands to extend this time upon which people should present their documents at the registry, or any other direction that you will give, Madam Speaker. Some of the owners of these parcels are living outside the country and they are having their documents with them. And I'm afraid they can be left out of this scheme. And thereby, land matters being as emotive as they are, fears are that people may come up with fake documents claiming ownership of these parcels of land, Madam Speaker. And again, there has been an investigation going on as regards the burning down of these offices, Madam Speaker. We do not know to what extent investigative authorities have conducted themselves and the levels of investigations and whether and why it has taken too long to apprehend any culprit, if at all,
so
for this that
Member
took
for
place,
Nyando,
Madam Speaker.
Yes, I think you've made the point, but you'll probably need to reduce it in writing and make sure that we can mark it to the relevant committee. Because now the committee won't have, I can't even mark it now to the committee because we do not have anything to give to them.
Madam Speaker, I stand guided by you. I was only afraid that we are running against time, considering that Thursday we shall be beginning our recess. And yet, the time upon which the Lands Registry did give us as the deadline will elapse during the period that we shall be undertaking our recess. Unless the process will be expedited, Madam Speaker, I stand guided once again.
Thank you. I think next statement by the Honourable Member for Dagoretti South, Honourable John Kiarie.
Change. Given the wrong mic. It's the wrong mic. Okay.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And before I read this statement, I'd like to let it be known by the House that in this Parliament, the National Assembly, the Interparliamentary Union is actually under the leadership of the very able Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Gladys Bos-Sholei. And Madam Speaker, I'm seeking a statement, to bring a general statement regarding the International Day of Parliamentarism. Honorable Speaker, I rise to give a general statement regarding the International Day of Parliamentarism. Honorable Speaker, the International Day of Parliamentarism is celebrated every year on the 30th of June, the date in 1889 on which the Interparliamentary Union, the IPU, also known as the Parliament of Parliaments, was founded. The day was established in 2018 through a United Nations Assembly resolution. Instituting an International Day for Parliaments is particularly important at this crucial time for parliamentary democracy, when people are losing trust in political institutions and democracy itself is facing challenges from populist and nationalist movements. If democracy is to thrive, then parliaments, as the cornerstone of functioning democracies, need to be strong, transparent, accountable, and representative. Honorable Speaker, the International Day of Parliamentarism is the time to review the progress that parliaments have made in achieving some key goals to be more representative and move with the times, including carrying our self-assessments, working to include more women and youthful MPs, and adapting to new technologies. The United Nations General Assembly, UNGA, in its resolution A/RES/72/278, recognized the role of parliaments in national plans and strategies and in ensuring greater transparency and accountability both at national and global levels in order to ably represent and protect the interests of the public. Honorable Speaker, this year's theme
about Parliaments for PLANED is an emphasis towards better climate policies. You will recall that this esteemed House in 2016 passed the Climate Change Act to, among others, provide a regulatory framework for enhanced response to climate, to provide a mechanism and measures to achieve low carbon climate development. Honorable Speaker, in order to ensure that legislation such as this and other House resolutions are implemented by the relevant authorities, this House amended the standing orders to allow cabinet secretaries to appear to respond to parliamentary questions in plenary, and this aims to uphold checks and balances while respecting the principle of separation of powers. The new procedure has proven effective and efficient, enabling cabinet secretaries to explain government policy and answer questions on the floor of the House, thus enhancing executives' accountability to the people through their elected representatives who are the members of Parliament in this House. Honorable Speaker, Parliament has also taken steps to ensure that its internal processes are responsive to SDG number 13 on climate action. Strategic pillar number 5 of the Parliamentary Service Commission Strategic Plan 2019 to 2030 seeks to embrace a green, compliant parliament that responds to the global push for sustainable and environmentally friendly in the midst of finite natural resources. The aim of this strategic pillar is to adopt and implement modern energy management systems as well as waste recycling technologies in Parliament. Madam Speaker, there is need to hasten the implementation of these proposals to ensure that Parliament is at the front in fight against climate change effects. Honorable Speaker, on a positive note, the integration of information, communication, and technology as an essential ingredient for effective and efficient service delivery through representation, legislation, and oversight has been embraced by the National Assembly of Kenya as captured in the Strategic Plan 2019 to 2030. Strategic pillar number 4 facilitates that the Parliament of Kenya in its quest to transform into a paperless parliament by 2030. The objectives under the pillar seek to enhance automation and digitization of all systems and processes core to the operation of both houses of parliament in this republic. The National Assembly has made remarkable progress towards achieving the objective of going paperless by 2030 through paperless solutions and automation of processes. Madam Speaker, through this paperless solution, our parliament will be able to make its contribution, albeit a little one, toward combating climate change by reducing its carbon footprint. Madam Speaker, as we continue to commemorate this year's International Day of Parliamentarism, I encourage all of us to renew our commitment to continue to promote transparency, accountability, and inclusivity in the parliamentary democratic governance with a view to enhancing the voices of our people and realizing the aspirations for a better future. I truly thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, and I signed this on the 4th of July, 2023. I do thank you, Madam Speaker, and happy Parliamentarism Day to you too. Asante.
How come the members are not acknowledging the happy wishes from Honorable John Kiarie? Okay. Next order.
Order number 8, motion. Consideration of the Public Finance Management National Peace Support Operations Fund Regulations 2023. Question to be put.
Honorable members, I now put the question that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Public Finance Management National Peace Support Operations Fund Regulations 2023, laid on the table of this House on Wednesday, 21st June 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 24(4) of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, approves the Public Finance Management National Peace Support Operations Fund Regulations published as legal notice number 58 of 2023. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Order number 9, the Economic and Social Rights Bill, Senate Bill number 7 of 2022, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide a framework for the promotion, monitoring, and enforcement of economic and social rights, to establish mechanism to monitor and promote adherence to the national and county governments to Article 43 of the Constitution, and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 10, special motion. Consideration of a nominee for appointment as a member of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission.
The chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Labor, Honorable Alice Nganga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Oh, sorry. That yes, it's Honorable Karemba Mushangi. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of the Article 230(2)(b) of the Constitution, the Salaries and Remuneration Commission Act 2011 and Section 6 of the Public Appointments Act number 33 of 2011, His Excellency. Oh, sorry. Oh. Okay. Honorable Speaker, that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Labor and its report on the vetting of a nominee for the appointment as a member of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 27th June 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 252(b) of the Constitution, Section 711 of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission Act 2011, and Section 81 of the Public Appointments Act 2011, this House rejects the appointment of Dr. Phyllis Wamboi Wagasha as a member of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. Yeah? So thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the committee sat a few days ago pursuant to the provisions of Article 230(b) of the Constitution, the Salaries, the SRC Act 2011, and the Section 6 of Public Appointments Act number 33 of 2011, His Excellency the President notifying the National Assembly of the nomination of Dr. Phyllis Wamboi Wagasha for approval for appointment as a member of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission through a letter dated 25 May 2023. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the Standing Order 42(1), through a communication made on Tuesday, 6th June 2023, conveying to the House the message from His Excellency the President, and subsequently referred the nominee's name, CV, and the report of the selection panel on our recruitment to the Departmental Committee on Labor to conduct the approval hearings and report to the House. While referring the nominee to the Committee for Approval hearing, the Speaker directed that the committee undertakes the vetting within 28 days, pursuant to the Section 8 of the Public Appointments Act number 33 of 2011. The Speaker further directed that the Office of the Clerk of the National Assembly facilitates the committee to notify the nominee at the general public of the time and the place of holding the approval hearing through advertisement in the 2 newspapers of nationwide circulation and parliamentary website. In compliance with the Article 118B of the Constitution and Section 8(4) of the Public Appointments Act number 33 of 2011, the committee published an advertisement in the print media on Thursday, 15th June 2023, informing the public of the nomination, date, time, and place of the approval hearing. The committee also invited the public to submit memoranda by way of written statements on oath on suitability of the nominee to hold office as required by Section 6(9) of the Public Appointments Act number 33 of 2011. The memoranda were to be received on or before Thursday, 22nd June 2023 at 5 p.m. At the close of the deadline, the committee had not received any memorandum for or against the nominee's suitability to hold the office. Honorable Speaker, the committee also sought references and conducted background checks on the suitability of the nominee to hold office from KRA, EACC, DCI, Higher Education Laws Board, and Office of the Registrar of Political Parties. All the agencies in no opposition to the nominee being appointed to the office. The nominee appeared before the committee on Friday, 23rd June, for approval hearing, during which the committee examined her suitability to the office based on the criteria set out in Section 7 of the Public Appointments Act number 33 of 2011. In addition, the committee examined her academic credentials, relevant experience, knowledge of sector issues, and on leadership and integrity. The committee paid due regard to the procedure used to arrive at the nominee, constitutional or statutory requirements relating to the office in question, and suitability of the nominee for the appointment proposed, having regard to whether the nominee's abilities, experience, qualities meet the needs of the SRC. Honorable Speaker, these are the observations that we made as a committee. The committee, having considered the nominee's field questionnaire pursuant to the Section 6(8) of the Public Appointments Act number 33 of 2011, the nominee's CV, and having heard her oral submissions during the approval hearing, made the following observations on the nominee's suitability for appointment as member of SRC. That in accordance with Article 78(1) and 2 of the Constitution, the nominee is eligible for appointment of state office since she is a Kenyan citizen born in 1948 in Kiambu County and does not hold dual citizenship. 2, the nominee meets the requirement of Chapter 6 of the Constitution on leadership and integrity. 3, that the nominee has not been charged in a court of law in the past 3 years. 4, that the nominee does not hold office in any political party. 5, that the nominee has never been dismissed from office under Article 75 of the Constitution. That the nominee demonstrated knowledge on topical, administrative, and technical issues of SRC and the public service. That whereas there is no that in the matter of suitability, as envisioned in the Article 10, Article 12, 1A, and Chapter 6 of the Constitution, as held in the matter of Kenya Young Parliamentarians Association, KYPA, and 2 others, versus the CS for Labor and Social Protection, and 3 others in 2020, and the matter of the Justice Kalpana Rawal versus the Judicial Service Commission, and 3 others in 2016, in the Kenya Law Report, the court held that when the Constitution or a law sets a requirement age, that may constitute unequal treatment or discrimination on the grounds of age. Article 24(1), as read with Article 25 of the Constitution, allows limitation of right guaranteed by Article 27, so long as the conditions set in Article 24 are satisfied. 8, the Honorable Speaker, that Article 12(1)A on limitations of rights, privileges, and benefits of citizens provided for and limited by the Constitution and Article 24(1) that provides that a right of fundamental freedom in the Bill of Rights shall not be limited except by law, only to the extent that such limitations are reasonable and justifiable. 9, that Article 232, subsection 2, provides that all values and principles of public service apply in all state organs in both levels of government and all state corporations. That under Section 70 of the Public Service Regulations 2020, subject to the Constitution, Section 80 of the Public Service Commission Act number 10 of 2017, the retirement age for public officers is 60 years and 65 years for persons with disability. And such age as may be determined by the Commission for Lecturers and Research Scientists serving in public universities, research institutions, and equivalent institutions are determined by the Commission in consultation with the universities, research institutions, and equivalent institutions. That further, subject to Section 8.2 of the Public Service Commission Act, number 10 of the 2017, in determining whether to engage an officer after attainment of retirement age, the Commission shall determine and document the rare knowledge, skills, or competencies that the officer possesses. In the regulation, rare knowledge, skills, and competencies mean knowledge, skills, and competencies that are scarce, unique, and not readily available in the job market. It is noted that the recruitment report of the Public Service Commission 261 persons applied and 80 were shortlisted. This was not cited as the reason for her nomination in the recruitment report from the Public Service Commission, as transmitted to the Head of Public Service on 17th May 2023. That whereas there is no explicit law on retirement age of state officers, the committee notes that the nominee was nominated to be a member of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission and as a representative of the Public Service Commission. And currently, she is 75 years of age and would become a state officer whom Article 10, Chapter 6, and Article 232 applies. To this end, Honorable Speaker, the committee notes that the nominee is not suitable to hold the position of member of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. Honorable Speaker, it is good I mentioned that SRC is a commission that has commissioners who work on full-time basis. Unlike other commissions where the commissioners attend sessions when called upon to do so. This nominee, Honorable Speaker, is at this point 75 years of age. And Honorable Speaker, what usually happens when you get to that age of around 75 years is that you lack energy. You lack energy on many issues. And considering that this nominee was coming from the Public Service Commission, where retirement age is 60, the committee felt that this nominee, her age is quite advanced. She does not possess the necessary energy, since this commission, the SRC, will need her services on full-time basis. If you add, when you become a commissioner at SRC, you are supposed to serve for 6 good years. And if she is now 75, it means by the time she comes to the end of her one term, she will be
Order, honorable years. Members. Order. Order, honorable members.
Thank you.
I request we discuss in slightly lower tone.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The committee is recommending a rejection, and the points being made by the chair of the committee are critical for us as we decide.
Thank you.
So let those who are consulting a bit lower tone.
So, Speaker, given that the commissioner, the nominee, is supposed to work at the SRC for 6 years. That means that she will be 81 years of age at the end of her term. Honorable Speaker, the committee felt that the Public Service Commission needed to give us a more suitable candidate for this position than Dr. Phyllis Wamboi Wagasha. And the reason is why, Mr. Speaker, the reason is, you see, you are supposed to retire at the age of 60 in the Public Service Commission. In the public service. Those members or those people who have disabilities are supposed to retire at 65. So, them giving us a person who is 75 years old was not right as what was felt by the committee. So we want to appeal to this House to support the committee's report so that the Public Service Commission goes back and gets us another person who is more suitable for this assignment, because they did not demonstrate to the committee that this person possesses any rare skill. Her qualification is a qualification that is possessed by many other Kenyans. So we believe in the spirit of supporting the young people, because, Mr. Speaker, the honorable members in this House will agree with me that most of the messages that we receive from the members of the public are from young people who are looking for jobs. Yeah? So we cannot afford to be giving the senior citizens jobs, whereas we have millions of young people who are energetic and who are looking for the same positions. Honorable Speaker, if you walk into most of our banks, most of our financial institutions, yeah, you will not find those senior citizens. The reason why the financial institutions employ and recruit young people is because they have got the energy, they have got the memory, and they have got what it takes to deliver. So I wish to urge this House to support, and I request the Honorable Vice Chair, the Honorable Fabian Muli, to second. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Chairperson, who is seconding your motion?
The Honorable Fabian Muli.
Give Honorable Fabian Muli the mic.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and as I raise to support the report from our committee. Indeed, the candidate is a Kenyan citizen, as per the Article 78, Sub-Article 1 and 2. We check given Chapter 6, the candidature is qualified. The candidate has a very good, rich experience dealing with public service in this country. But, Honorable Speaker, when we come to Section 8 of Public Service Commission, we get the retirement age set for civil servants 60 years, and the disability is 65 years. Honorable Speaker, you come to understand that there will be a conflict. The nominee not only coming to serve for SRC, but the SRC will be again as a public service. So it is going to serve as a conflict, you sitting in a commission when you are the above the requirement age. If you come also, the retirement age of judges is 70 years. The candidature, as the report presented to this House, the candidate is 75 years. So when you see now about the age, there is no explicit age given by the Constitution which age is supposed to come for that position. But candidate working for SRC is working as a public service officer for this country. Again, if you see now, the generation which we are, many youth and many Kenyans, we are crying for them to get position that where the committee we ask ourselves, if now we go again and recycle people of 75 years to come back to public service, it will give a very bad image in terms of public service. Also, we are looking energetic manpower to come for this position. Energetic manpower to bring, there is a lot of differences in terms of Kenyan manpower. If you see the Kenyan manpower, the whole HR in the whole country, there is a lot of challenges. If you see the parliament The parliament has never been categorized. We don't know where we belong. If you come again, you see now the sector being manpower of the country. We don't know which manpower is supposed to pay this tax. We don't know which manpower in this region. So we are looking energetic candidature who can come and say that we can audit the manpower in this country. I know the candidature is rich with PhD in terms of library and IT. But when we did a lot of scrutiny, we found the candidature need to relax, or maybe to come as a consultant in this SRC, but not to be full-time candidate. So, Honorable Speaker, I support the report of the committee and urge honorable members for this House to support the committee from the report from the committee. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, thank you. Honorable members, I now propose the question that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Labor in its report on the vetting of a nominee for the appointment as a member of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 27 June 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 250, Sub-Article 2B of the Constitution, Section 7, Subsection 11 of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission Act 2011, and Section 8, Subsection 1 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, this House rejects the appointment of Dr. Phyllis Wambui Wagasha as a member of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. Honorable Lilian Lioy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Lilian Lioy. Mr. Speaker, I happen to be in that committee, and on that fateful day, I was also among the members who were vetting the nominee. And Mr. Speaker, I think this is justice that we are doing to the youth of this country, because our youth, we have millions of youths who have graduated on different fields, but there are no jobs in this country, Mr. Speaker. So if we deny the youth to get an opportunity to be employed in this country, Mr. Speaker, how do we expect the youth to start their life? I know majority of them, we are advising them to start businesses. We are advising them to self-employ themselves. But where do they start from, Mr. Speaker, if we cannot give them a platform to start from? Mr. Speaker, I am in support of this, and I want to agree with my fellow members in Labour Committee that we give the opportunity to the youth of this country to be employed, be given the first priority to be employed, so that they can be able to retire and self-employ themselves, Mr. Speaker. I also want to add, Mr. Speaker, and say we should put across something that says anybody who has attained above 65 years, Mr. Speaker, should be considered in this country to be a consultant, because they are knowledgeable, they are experienced, and those are the very same people that can help our youth and even advise them in their field, wherever things they are doing, Mr. Speaker. So I'm in support of this, and thank you very much.
Honorable John Gitonga, the MP for Manyata.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the decision by the Committee of Labour on their rejection of Phyllis Wambui Washaja as the nominee for appointment as a member of Salaries and Remuneration Commission. And Honorable Speaker, having looked at the report of the committee, Honorable Speaker, I want to commend the chair for really standing out for the young people of this country. Honorable Speaker, just a perusal, you'll see that Madam Phyllis has been an officer in the public domain for quite a long time. Her worth is close to $500 million Kenya shillings, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, we are actually not doing this country a service. When, Honorable Speaker, we are having appointments of people above 75 years of age. Honorable Speaker, it is not okay and it is not right to give a 75-year-old a job that requires them to wake up at 5 a.m. in the morning and go back to work at night, Honorable Speaker. As a young member of parliament and as a member of Kenya Young Parliamentarian, I want to support the committee and their analysis of these members should relax, just be an advisor somewhere and ensure that things are running right. But the young people should be left to run these things. And this should apply to all areas, Honorable Speaker, that touch on the work that is supposed to be done in this country. Even as Honorable Speaker, as members of parliament, we should not push too far when the time and the old age has called on us. We would like to see a case where this country is representative of its population, which is almost 70% young people. And Honorable Speaker, His Excellency the President is in forefront really campaigning for our young people to get jobs. But Honorable Speaker, the SRC, which is one of the organizations that are involved in the payment of these people, Honorable Speaker, cannot be having a 75-year-old as a person to make decision on...
How old, could we get you clearly, how old did you say the nominee is?
75 years, Honorable Speaker. And, and we talk of octogenarian and, Honorable Speaker, even in politics, we don't want a case where this country is 70% young people, but our presidential candidates are hitting 80s in terms of age, Honorable Speaker. I believe we respect our old, and we give them even money, Honorable Speaker, and ensure that they retire in peace. But let them leave the running of this country to the young blood and the vibrant young people, Honorable Speaker, that this country is made of, Honorable Speaker. I rise to support the decision by the committee. Thank you.
The Honorable Donya Doris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support what the committee has proposed. Donya speaking here is a member of Labour, and on that fruitful day, we questioned Dr. Phyllis. Indeed, we realized that she was not strong enough to fit in that commission. 75 years of age, Mr. Speaker. When Donya will be 75, I will be taking care of my many grandchildren. I will incite my children to have more babies so that I visit, if they are living in Ichungwa's constituency, I do a visit. I'll be walking around visiting my grandchildren at 75, taking care of, I have a pet called Bobby. Now that is the time you take care of the pets, you go to church, you participate in praise and worship at 75 years, so that at the age of between 25 and 60, we leave it to the rightful people to work, Mr. Speaker. But
what is out of order, Honorable Chepkong?
Majority Leader. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You know, it is standing orders which require that when I stand on a point of order, she must sit. In fact, what she is saying is the most right thing, Mr. Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 95. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, everybody is in agreement. Two, when you are rejecting somebody, don't talk too much about the conduct of that person. It is only fair that you speak less because we are in agreement, all of us. Please preserve this person. As you hear on the Bodonya, as just said, this person is 95 years. Surely you know the Bible says, that God has given you 70 years, and by reason of strength, 80. And you know, she remains with 75 years of reason of strength. So, Mr. Speaker, would I be in order, understanding order 95, to request you to call the mover to reply?
No. I'm on, Mr. Speaker. I can proceed.
The majority leader, what information do you give, Honorable?
Honorable Speaker, I beg your indulgence. I just wanted, on a point of information, to inform the Honorable Member for Kisii County, Honorable Doris Donya, that at 75, you may not be in a position to even participate actively in praise and worship in your church. And encourage Honorable Doris Donya to participate in praise and worship now, when she's still energetic and she has the vocals to sing. At 75, your vocals may not serve the church very well.
Okay, I was actually on the floor.
Honorable Donya Doris, you've been informed. Proceed.
Proceed. I said more. I'm actually a church choir. Now that time, because I will not be working, I'll be taking care of my grandchildren. Even if I have no rhythm in the church, at least I'll participate to appreciate. To proceed, we have so many unemployed youths. When we are very sincere, so many of our employed youths. I want to thank our chair for igniting everything and making sure that we have set precedents. Next time when people will be making application for jobs, they will first of all check their age. We retire at 60, and people living with disability do at 65. What we've stated will make sense. There is no need of going backwards. Forward ever. Members of Labour Committee, I support you and I support the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, Honorable Samuel Chepkonga stood at his place and requested that we put the question that the mover be called to reply. Now, I'll only move under standing order number 1 to allow only one person to make contribution, then I'll put that question. Honorable Samuel Atandi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to oppose this motion for the following reasons. One, Honorable Speaker, I've read this report from page 1 to the last page. And whereas the committee attempts to reject the nomination of Dr. Phyllis Wambui Wagacha from being nominated to this position by virtue of age, the committee has failed to censor Public Service Commission, which has done the blunder of forwarding this name to the President for nomination. Honorable Speaker, this report outlines the process which was used to arrive at the name of this nominee. And the process started with the advertisement for the fulfillment of this position. And Honorable Speaker, about 261 Kenyans applied for this position. And out of those 261 Kenyans, 2 nominees were identified. And the first nominee was Dr. Phyllis Wambui Wagacha, and the second nominee was Mr. Rugut. Honorable Speaker, for PSC to forward this name to Parliament, knowing very well that this nominee does not meet the requirements for appointment, means that this Parliament must censor Public Service Commission. Honorable Speaker, we have this House, we have seen Public Service Commission making various recommendations, even some forwarded to this House. But Honorable Speaker, this House has never asked what is the performance, assess the performance of Public Service Commission. Honorable Speaker, this is a commission which exists to support political actions. This commission is not competent, it is not professional, and it does not look at various factors, even before the forward nominees here. Last time, Honorable Speaker, you know that this PSC forwarded nominees, approved appointment of the so-called CAS. which, Honorable Speaker, you know, the courts have rejected the appointment. And this House has done nothing, even to invite PSC to come to answer. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, what I want to say also, Honorable Speaker, is that as a country, we cannot condemn people because of age. We know that there are many people who are aged, but they are very productive. Honorable Speaker, if you go to some countries in the West, there are people in their 90s who are still very, very productive. Even Kinywa, Honorable Speaker, there's a guy called Kinywa. Kinywa, who was the former head of civil service, Honorable Speaker. Kinywa is still active and is still being appointed. Honorable Speaker, this House cannot be used, you know, to condemn innocent Kenyans because of age. I want to disagree with my colleagues who have submitted that this lady does not meet the qualification for this appointment because of age. Honorable Speaker, if you read this report, you will see that the committee is saying here that the lady met all the criteria that are set out, including competence and ability and education. And therefore, when it comes to age, then now we are saying because she's 75, she cannot sing, she cannot even sing in church. Honorable Speaker, I want to disagree, and I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that most Kenyans go to school after their retirement. By the way, Honorable Speaker, after I leave Parliament, I will go back to school, and I will expect this country to give me an opportunity to serve this country after I've increased my educational level. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that the reasons that have been submitted here for rejection of this lady, I do not agree with them, and I want this House to support the appointment of Dr. Wagacha to go and serve in this position. In any case, Honorable Speaker, Salaries and Remuneration Commission is not a running competition. The job does not want you to go there and run or play football. This is a job where you are supposed to go and use your intellect. This lady has gathered a lot of knowledge in her career, which is spanning over years. Therefore, to say that she's old, she cannot perform, this is not right. Unless to be a commissioner in SRC, you need to be running every morning 5 hours. You need to go to the gym. You need to lift weight. That is not the description of this position, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, I want to plead with this House that we must support this lady to be given this job, because I know what the politicians are trying to do, Honorable Speaker. They want us to reject this lady so that the next person to be appointed is Mr. Rugut. That is the intention of this appointment. Once you reject this lady, the next person to be appointed will be Mr. Rugut, because PSC forwarded 2 names to the President, this lady and Mr. Rugut. So,
yes, Honorable Samuel Chepkonga.
Honorable Chepkonga wants us to allow this.
Yeah. I stand pursuant to Standing Order 92 on the veracity of the information the Honorable Atandi is purporting to offer to this House. I have never heard anywhere where a Mr. Rugut is intended to substitute.
We get you, Honorable Chepkonga, just sit down. Honorable Samuel Atandi, when did you leave Parliament to work in the offices of the appointing authority to know who they intend to appoint?
Honorable Speaker, the PSC forwarded 2 names to the President. The first name was Dr. Phyllis Wambui Wagacha, and the second name is Mr. Jafta Kiplimo Rugut. The President picked Dr. Phyllis Wambui. The alternative is Mr. Kiplimo Rugut. So once we reject this name,
Honorable Atandi, you know, you must be careful with the statements you make in Parliament. Which law is this which says that when number 1 is dropped, the process is not started afresh? Number 2 on the list takes over.
Honorable Speaker,
is there a law like that you can quote?
No, Honorable Speaker, you are insinuating that the process will be started afresh. I'm telling you that because I know the politicians on that side.
I'm asking under what law?
No.
Because if there is no law you are quoting, I would rather you withdrew that part and concluded your submissions.
Honorable Speaker, I'm being a politician, and you know this House is full of politicians. And we know that these appointments are all political. There's nothing legal in these appointments. Because if there was any law to be followed, then this name would have not ended here.
The Honorable Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I rise on a point of order because you have given very clear instructions to the Honorable Samuel Atandi that he withdraws and apologizes to the House, because as much as he wants to play politics, this is a house of politicians, but not a house of politics. Here we deal with facts as they are, the law as it is, and Mr. Speaker, you have guided him well to tell us under what law are you saying if you don't pick number 1, you go to number 2. And I know he has no knowledge of any law that exists. No. He has no knowledge of such a law, and if he has, he either gives us that law or he simply withdraws what he had said and apologizes to the House, but he cannot use that opportunity to continue saying more unpalatable things on the same issue.
Honorable Atandi, you have made your point. Why don't you make it easy for the House?
Honorable Speaker, I withdraw.
By withdrawing that,
Honorable
that
Speaker,
thing that is not supported by law.
Honorable Speaker, I withdraw with caution, but to also say that, Honorable Speaker.
Oh, you have withdrawn. Thank you very much. You can proceed.
Honorable Speaker, if the next nominee, once in case this House rejects the nominee of Phyllis, I would be sad, Honorable Speaker, if the name of the second fellow is sent here for appointment. Then at that point, maybe the House will agree with me. But Honorable Speaker, let me conclude by saying that I have not seen anything in this report that should make this House not to nominate Dr. Phyllis Wambui Wagasha for this position. For the reasons I've explained, Honorable Speaker, that this position is not a position that is meant to be performed using a lot of energy, and you don't need to be an athlete, a boxer, to be able to perform as a commissioner. And the reasons that have been advanced by the commission on account of age does not make sense, because there are so many Kenyans, including the former head of public service, who I think is in his 90s, and is still serving in public service. So, Honorable Speaker, I submit that I reject this report by the committee.
What is out of order, Honorable Nyikal?
Chair, is it in order that this House continues with the discussion that, although in political terms is actually quite reasonable, but actually completely unconstitutional? We are talking about the rights of a person. And if you go to Article 27 of the Constitution, 27(4) says, the state shall not discriminate directly or indirectly against any person or any ground, including, and it goes on, age. So that is completely unconstitutional. Mr. Speaker, you go on Article 57. Article 57 of our Constitution, and it will be quite clear that what we are discussing and our reasons are actually completely unconstitutional. Let's give me time, Mr. Speaker. 57. All the members of the society, the state shall take measures to ensure the right of all the persons to fully participate in the affairs of the society. If you take those two articles, the basic reasons we are giving against this lady are actually...
Honorable Nyikal, Honorable Nyikal, you have raised a constitutional issue. But Honorable Nyikal is not telling us whether those provisions in the Constitution conferring rights to elderly persons are subject to restrictions or limitations under Article 24 of the Constitution. And I can assure you, Honorable Nyikal, they are subject to limitation. One limitation is found in the law setting the retirement age of everybody, in spite of those provisions of the Constitution saying that you shall not discriminate against a person on account of age. The law setting retirement age puts it at 60 years for persons who are different, and for 65 years for persons living with disability. So I can assure you the House is not offending any law to debate and to make a determination on this matter. And honorable members, Honorable Chepkonga had stood on his feet. You know what standing order number 95 requires of me. I therefore do now put the question that the mover be called upon to reply. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply.
Yeah, honorable members, I now put the question that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Labor in its report on the vetting of a nominee for the appointment as a member of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, laid on the table of the House. Who is that honorable member walking out when I will put the question again? Honorable members, I now put the question that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Labor in its report on the vetting of a nominee for the appointment as a member of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 27 June 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 250, Sub-Article 2B of the Constitution, Section 7, Subsection 1 of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission Act 2011, and Section 8, Subsection 1 of the Public Appointments and Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, this House rejects the appointment of Dr. Phyllis Wambui Wagacha as a member of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. Nay. The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 11, motion. Ratification of the Bamako Convention on the ban of the importation into Africa and control of transboundary movement and management of hazardous waste within Africa.
Mover. Give the mic to the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining in its consideration of the ratification of the Bamako Convention on the ban of the importation into Africa and control of transboundary movement and management of hazardous waste within Africa, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 4th May 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8, Subsection 4 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act of 2012, approves the ratification of the Bamako Convention on the ban of importation into Africa and the control of transboundary movement and management of hazardous waste within Africa. Honorable Speaker, this is a very important thing, and I hope, Honorable Speaker, you remember what has happened in this country. We have had the worst drought in 40 years. And of course, it is because of us not checking our environment and not taking into consideration some of the materials or waste that harm our environment. Honorable Speaker, the Bamako Convention on the ban of the importation into Africa and the control of transboundary movement and management of hazardous waste within Africa was submitted to the National Assembly on the 20th July 2022. Mr. Speaker, sir, they negotiated this convention, Honorable Speaker, was negotiated 12 months by 12 nations of the Organization of the African Unity. Honorable Speaker, and this was done on, in Mali on 30th January 1991, and it came into force on the 22nd April 1998. Honorable Speaker, 35 African countries and states have signed the convention. Kenya signed the convention on the 17th December 2003. And Honorable Speaker, it is important for us to recognize that this administration is taking seriously about environmental matters. Imagine something that came here to this country in 2003, almost 20 years ago, is now being brought by to this House for us to be able to approve it. Honorable Speaker, the committee did not receive any memoranda in support or to the contrary on the convention by close of business on 8th January 2023. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee held, of course, consultative meetings on the convention with the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change, Forestry and Mining, and the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs, and lastly, with the Office of the Attorney General. Honorable Speaker, among the few observations that we came across as a committee, Honorable Speaker, Article 2, subsection 5 of the Constitution of Kenya, 2010, it provides that the general rule of international law shall form part of the laws of Kenya, while Article 2, subsection 6 of the Constitution provides that any treaty, convention ratified by Kenya shall form part of the laws of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, the conventions are already reflected in the laws of Kenya through the Constitution, and in particular, Honorable Speaker, Article 42 that guarantees Kenyan citizens the right to a clean and healthy environment, and Article 69, subsection 1G, that obligates the state to eliminate processes and activities that are likely to endanger the environment. Honorable Speaker, under the Environmental Management and Coordination Act, famously known as EMCA Act of 1999, Kenya has banned the importation of waste into the country. And Honorable Speaker, you will agree with me that most of these countries, every time we think of donations, particularly these electronic devices, everybody is rushing to go and get computers and other electronic devices to be donated into the country. Not because they are of any important use, Honorable Speaker. They are just looking for a dumping place. And that is why everybody is rushing. Another organization here will tell you we have received donations of up to 5,000 computers and laptops. Honorable Speaker, this convention, and once Kenya has ratified this, then we will have a check on how we will be able to manage any donations, particularly electronic donations that are brought into this country, which are harmful to our environment, where this country don't want to have the waste in their country, so they look for a country where they can be able to donate the waste that comes to harm our environment. Honorable Speaker, among the other observations that we also observed is that the law will stipulate a clear procedure and have implementation mechanism to ensure effective hazardous waste management. And Honorable Speaker, this is very key to this country. Honorable Speaker, dumping of radioactive waste, again, will be, and Honorable Speaker, this radioactive waste has become a very big issue. And we of course, there is this Radiation Protection Board that does check any materials at the border, at any entry point in this country, that tries to check and address any material that has radioactive effects. They are able to check it at any entry point, and we want to thank the good work that the Radiation Protection Board that is doing. Honorable Speaker, Article 27 provides for withdrawal at any time. So again, we are not, locked into this convention forever. If we think at some point that because of all the businesses that we also want to have, that some of those are identified in the convention, the materials, that we cannot be able to bring them into this country for purposes of our industrialization, manufacturing, and other things. Again, this convention provides for our withdrawal closure at any time after 3 years from the date at which the convention has entered into force for a party. Honorable Speaker, parties also agree on the scale of contribution to the recurrent budget. Honorable Speaker, this has some budgetary issues. And of course, Kenya will contribute towards the budgetary provisions for the Secretariat, and also consider the establishment of a revolving fund to assist on the interim basis to ease the emergency situation, to minimize damage from disasters or accident arising from transboundary movement of hazardous waste or during disposal of the same. Honorable Speaker, I remember one day we had a crisis in the ocean where the ship that brings had a leak. And of course it affects our environment in a very big way, the marine, the fish, and things like that. Again, when such an occurrence happens, again, these funds, the revolving fund, assuming it happened in the Indian Ocean, at the shores of Indian Ocean in Kenya, again, this fund will go towards addressing that emergency for us to be able to, not to affect our environment. Honorable Speaker, Article pursuant to Section 8, subsection 4 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act, number 45 of 2012, the National Assembly may approve the ratification of the treaty with or without reservation. Honorable Speaker, from the engagement that we had with the ministry that is concerned, and the Foreign Affairs Ministry and the Office of the Attorney General, Honorable Speaker, we didn't come across any clause that needed an amendment, and so us as a committee, Honorable Speaker, we approved the convention as it was placed after, of course, doing due diligence as a committee. Honorable Speaker, having considered the submission and analyzed documents tabled before the committee, and pursuant to Section 8 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act, the House approves the ratification of Bamako Convention on the ban of importation into Africa and the control of transboundary movement and management of hazardous waste within Africa. Honorable Speaker, this is a very important convention. I ask my colleagues and honorable members in this House to consider agreeing with the committee so that we can be able to become part and parcel. Since 2003, Honorable Speaker, that is quite so many years, I think over 20 years. Honorable Speaker, I also want to remind this House that the President of the Republic of Kenya is the chair of the African Conference of Climate Change, which will be having a huge, big conference here in September, Honorable Speaker, and him being the chair. And with this kind of ratification being in the country for 20 years without getting approval by Parliament, then it becomes an issue. So we will be doing this country justice. We will be doing our president, who is the chair of the African Conference on Climate Change, a big boost that by the time they come, we will have ratified. I want to thank this House. We did approve 2 of the other treaties on matters of environmental nature for us to be able to protect the environment. Honorable Speaker, countries have invested huge amounts of money for us to be able to protect our environment. And Honorable Speaker, our committee is on its feet to try and protect any environmental effect, be it coming from any industries, be it coming from any manufacturing sector, because, Honorable Speaker, the effect of such environmental effect was felt by this in this country for the last 1 year. So I think when the President will be chairing that conference, the Climate Change Conference caucus in Kenya in September, then we'll have approved almost all the other. Honorable Speaker, finally the committee is thankful to your office, to the office of the Clerk of the National Assembly for the logistical and technical support accorded to it during its sitting. The Ministry for their participation and submission during the consideration of the convention. Honorable Speaker, I therefore request my very able chair, Honorable Charles Kamuren, the Vice Chair of this committee, to second. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to second the ratification of Bamako Convention on the ban of the importation into Africa and the control of transboundary movement and management of hazardous waste within Africa. Honorable Speaker, this convention is really very important, specifically to this country, because any waste that is brought to our country, or rather to Africa, is harmful to our people, and not only the people, but also to the wild animals, as well as the environment. And you know the changes and the challenges that we are undergoing as a result of climate change. This is another way that we can be and we will be able to control and rectify the challenges that we are undergoing as a result of this climate change. The negotiation, which started way back 1999, up to now, I think it is the right time that we, as Kenya, we be part of this by approving this convention so that we can be active and also relevant, and we be part of equals to the other states of Africa. When we met with the relevant ministries, including the Office of Attorney General, it came clearly that there is nowhere that this convention will interfere with our constitution. It is in line with our constitution. It will enhance what we had approved as this house way back in 1999, when this house came up with the Environmental Management and Coordination Act, which assisted this country to ban any wastes as a result of plastic. As we can remember very well, that there was a need that we control plastics and any waste that will be bringing or interfering with our environment and the lives of Kenyans. As per Article 42 of our Constitution, guarantees each and every Kenyan to a clean and healthy environment. So this convention will enhance that rights.
I hope you do understand by the rules that you have only 5 minutes, so you don't have any more than 5 minutes. It's only the mover who has 20 minutes and everybody else has 5 minutes in this particular motion. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Believing that I am still within, because I am just making some very little contribution over the same in support of the mover. So I was saying, Honorable Speaker, Article 42 of our Constitution guarantees each and every Kenyan clean and healthy environment. So this convention will enhance that. Same to Article 69 of our Constitution that gives power to our state to eliminate anything that is going to be harmful to the lives of Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, if this House will approve, it will give a new image to this country, and we shall be equal with other countries that have approved this. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I second this motion. Thank you.
Honorable members, I now propose a question that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining on its consideration of the ratification of the Bamako Convention on the ban of the importation into Africa and the control of transboundary movement and management of hazardous waste within Africa, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, the 4th of May 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8, subsection 4 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act of 2012, approves the ratification of the Bamako Convention on the ban of the importation into Africa and the control of transboundary movement and management of hazardous waste within Africa. I have the Member of Parliament for Funyula first, and then the Great will naturally come in here.
Honorable Speaker, as I stand to support, I support with the reservations. And my reservations are based on the text of the report itself and nothing else. Honorable Speaker, this is a document that was signed, that was originated and negotiated in 1991. 1991 up to now is several years, close to 30 years, Honorable Speaker. I really do not understand or believe that the context, the text, the terminologies, the remedies they offered, the manner they opted, they intended to cure, are still relevant and valid for now. Everybody will be wondering how it has taken Kenya all those years, it has taken the government all those years to bring the same to the National Assembly to basically approve. Second, Honorable Speaker, and the most damaging aspect of this convention, that it has no provision for reservation. Completely. It has no provision for reservation, yet the respective Act of Parliament, that is the Treaty Making and Ratification Act number 45 of 2012, requires the National Assembly may approve the ratification of a treaty with or without reservation. In essence, Honorable Speaker, what the committee is telling Kenyans and this House, that this House is merely a rubber stamp. We cannot raise any reservations. We can either reject or accept. Yet, the Act requires, Honorable Speaker, I'm seeking protection from the temporary Speaker, who is conversing in high tones.
Honorable Ochieng.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. This Nyadenya
Proceed.
boy.
Proceed.
Honorable Speaker, in essence, there is a contravention of the law. Because if you can only have one way and no other way, then what's the purpose of this document coming to this House where we cannot raise any reservations or at all? Honorable Speaker, I really will need further guidance, and probably when the mover will be called upon to reply, we need to guide this House, to guide the country. That was this a false document to us? And if indeed it's a false document, again, Honorable Speaker, the provision to withdraw, and I want to read Article 27, which has Article 27, yes, which has provisions to withdraw. Honorable Speaker, and this is what it reads. At any time after 3 years from the date on which this convention has entered into force for a party, the party may withdraw from the convention by giving written notification to the depository. Withdrawal shall take effect 1 year after receipt. So essentially, Honorable Speaker, it says that if Kenya signs, if we ratify the treaty today, the earliest we can withdraw, because there was no reservation at all, there's nothing we can amend. The earliest we can withdraw, Honorable Speaker, is after whooping 4 years. What if there are very many offending clauses here? What do we do as a country? Do we live with this problem forever? For a full 4 years. Honorable Speaker, the chair of the committee needs to be very candid and tell Kenyans very clearly what we are signing for. And in his movie, he also has clearly said, Honorable Speaker, If there is anything that Kenya wants to do that probably offends these provisions or this treaty, they can withdraw. What happens? 4 years waiting to withdraw. Honorable Speaker, again the assertion they have made in their report that they are not very strong, that in the committee observations, point number 6, that the present international regional national laws applying to Kenya has proven to be inadequate. So thus the country is therefore in dire need of a law. That's not true, Honorable Speaker. That's an exaggeration. It's not true. So that's why, Honorable Speaker, as much as I support with strong reservations, which I hope they'll be noted, and if there's anything that can be done, it can be done. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable KJ.
I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker. The opportunity to speak to this motion is much appreciated. And Mr. Speaker, I would not stand and contribute to this without thanking the very able chair, the Honorable David Gekaria from Nakuru Town, and the seconder, the Honorable Member for Baringo Central, for Baringo South, for putting such a strong case for this ratification to be adopted by this House. Mr. Speaker, you would understand the passion with which I stand to support this ratification. Because I do understand, Mr. Speaker, that by adopting this ratification, according to our laws and according to the Constitution, it becomes a law of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. And I, chairing the Committee of Communication, Information and Innovation, do have a pressing present matter, Mr. Speaker. The issue at hand is e-waste. The waste that accrues from the computers, from the phones, from the technological gadgets that are all being shipped into this country and at the rate in which they are being shipped in. Mr. Speaker, after our gadgets are used and utilized, we find that they find their way to the waste bin in our homes. Then they end up in our garbage pile outside our houses. They are collected and pulled in a small garbage site somewhere around the estate. Mr. Speaker, in this entire journey, all the way to Dandora dumping site and beyond, this waste leaves a footprint of damage, Mr. Speaker. Damage to individuals, damage to animals, damage to the environment, and this is growing at an ever-increasing rate. So, Mr. Speaker, I am keen to support the ratification of this treaty from Bamako that was agreed on in Bamako for that one reason, that we shall be clearing our e-waste, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, secondly, Kenya has an opportunity to race to the front of this race on climate change, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a country, we might not be doing so well with our forest cover, but the new efforts of not only planting a tree, but growing trees, Mr. Speaker, is going to actually catapult us to be one of the greenest countries in the continent if the plan works, Mr. Speaker. If the president's plan of 15 billion trees in the next 4 years works out, we shall easily be one of the greenest countries in Africa. So, Mr. Speaker, as we await the September conference on climate change, under whose banner high delegations shall be meeting in Kenya, under the chairmanship of our president, Mr. Speaker, then we have an extra reason to support the ratification of this convention, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I might not want to forget to mention that the waste that the chairman is talking about goes beyond e-waste. There is a lot of hazardous waste that finds itself to Kenya because our borders are ajar and open, because we lack such instruments to regulate what comes in. Mr. Speaker, the president of this country had a very personal conversation with farmers at the beginning of this planting season. The president stipulated that there is a brand of fertilizer that has been making its way to this country through cartels who make money out of fertilizer for years on end, a fertilizer that has been banned in in many countries around the world, Mr. Speaker. This fertilizer may look good on your crop. However, we might never be able to explain the cases of cancer that are happening at a very increasing rate, Mr. Speaker. This fertilizer was harmful. The farmers agreed with the president. They did not bring in that kind of fertilizer. They brought in the one that the president was recommending. And I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, in your drive around the country, you are seeing the bumper harvest that awaits in this harvesting season. Just because a decision was made that we shall not have people dumping fertilizer in our country, and we use a correct fertilizer, Mr. Speaker, you shall see how good a bumper harvest we shall get this year. And I'm sure the Vice Chair is agreeing with me because his is one of the constituencies that is growing maize using this fertilizer that the president recommended. So, Mr. Speaker, in the spirit of sticking to our constitution, in the spirit of managing e-waste, in the spirit of checking what comes into our country, and in the spirit of keeping our country green and clean, I support.
Maybe for the benefit of the members, the chair would want to explain whether this treaty has actually come into force or not. Because the presumption by the honorable member for Funyula is that it's going to take 3 years, although the text says that you can pull out any time. But if it's already come to force, then that any time will not take any time, like 4 years from now. So can you, for the benefit of the members, clarify that particular issue?
Honourable Speaker, in my when I was moving this motion, Honourable Speaker, you know, it came here in 2003, but now it has not come into force in the country until this House approves, and then it goes. Then now when it's, but in other ways, the country has been trying.
Has globally, has it come into force globally? Usually a treaty.
Globally, yes.
Yeah, a treaty once negotiated, then it waits for a certain number of member states to ratify, then it comes into force globally. Now, if it has already come into force globally, do we still need an additional 3 years if the nation wants to pull out?
No, the 3 years that Mheshimiwa was talking about, it is when we want to withdraw from this convention. 3
years from ratification or 3 years from coming into force?
I think it is coming into force, Honourable Speaker. It is, yes,
Honourable
there is a notice
MP for Funyula, it's important for Kenyans and other members to understand exactly what we're debating.
Speaker,
yes.
The Constitution clearly says that a treaty or any law, international law only becomes into force upon ratification by the National Assembly.
In our country?
In our country. So it means it will apply the moment this House approves or adopts the report. So that's when the 3 years plus 1 year take effect. For example, if they adopt the report today, it means the first day of the 3 years starts today. That's the application of the law.
Is that provided in our constitution or it's provided in the
treaty? Constitution?
That 3 years?
No, the Constitution says
it comes into force when we have ratified it.
Yes.
But the global coming into force of the treaty itself is different from the time it comes into force.
And that's why, Honorable Chair, Speaker, if you look at Article 27, it's explicitly clear. And the Chair, when he was moving, was that the obligation to implement the treaty falls to the country adopting it. Okay. And it also says, Article 27 says that after adoption of the treaty, it takes 3 years.
Okay.
Yes.
Fair enough. The Honourable Member for Kwanza.
Mr. Speaker, I've sat here and I've listened to the member for Funyula, and I've also listened to the chairman. I think we are talking about the West, the harmful West in this country. Mr. Speaker, you don't have to be taken around, you don't have to do anything. Yourself, where you stay and where I stay, you see a lot of this harmful West. And I think as Kenyans, it's the last, in fact, I want to thank you, Chair, for having come up with this confession, and I want it to be implemented immediately. Because, first and foremost, we have suffered because of the side effect of this particular waste that comes in this country, where, Chair, and you know it, we don't have the mechanism and the knowledge to recycle them, to make them useless. All we do is that once this waste comes to this country, Mr. Speaker, you know it, it's just dumped at the Dandora site, yeah? And we have seen actually our boys and girls going to the Dandora site, coming up with these things, removing some of this wastage, and some of them are very harmful. I know of a neighbor who has a cousin there, and by handling those with bare hands, now the hands are actually frozen. I can prove that. So this particular confession, Chair, move with speed to be able to implement it as soon as done, so that it can be able to do what we're supposed to. We have seen recently these droughts that you are experiencing. I come from Trans Nzoia. We have had that kind of thing, and Mr. Speaker, it's just a common sense that at least we should be able to move fast, to be able to sign this confession. And I'm happy that it has come, the time has come, and I ask this House, without any reservation, to actually do that, because one, we are not able, some of this waste that come from the developed countries, and you know that, the youth, you know that, some of them come and are useless. You can use it for only 2-3 days or once or month or whatever, and then they go to waste. All you do, you dump it and buy another one and recycle, so that you find yourself having some of the gadgets here, Mr. Speaker, that are not useful at all. So this confession has come the right time, and this House should be able to look at the environment itself and actually approve, so that from there we can move forward. And I know His Excellency the President is the chairman of the whatever, so that he can be able to move on the same. Chair, I think, Mr. Speaker, I want to support this without any reservation, and ask my colleagues, please, let's not bring in issues that are not helping our country. And if one, say, comes from the up country, we take him to this word, what do you call it? Yeah, the dump place. And you can see, Chair, Mr. Speaker, we have that problem, and therefore I support.
The Honorable Dr. Nyikal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me opportunity to contribute. Mr. Speaker, this is an extremely important debate, and I actually stand to support while acknowledging our delay, and therefore probably not taking advantage of the recent developments. This Bamako Convention, first of all, I support it because it's in line with all our constitutional and legal provisions. Article 2 of the Constitution, which says whatever we sign is part of our law. 69, which says we must take part to keep our environment safe. The Treaty Making and Ratification Act. So in that context, it's okay. Mr. Speaker, the big issue here is that this convention arises from another convention, which is the Basel Convention, which actually, I think it was in Belgium, but linked to Paris, where the developed countries actually agreed on how to move hazardous waste. However, that was weak. And in countries like ours or Africa, where there is no proper regulation, it made it possible for actually countries, particularly developed countries, to export hazardous waste to Africa. The Basel Convention was actually providing that for that export of movement, there has to be bilateral agreement between the countries. And it excluded some hazardous waste like radioactive materials. Then you immediately don't understand what they are talking about if they include that. So I support the Bamako initiative that came in and made it, the wording is much stronger and actually prohibits and includes things like the radioactive waste. So that it was noted that the Basel Convention was actually exposing Africa and other countries to hazardous waste. If you look at countries without regulation, if you look at countries where there's corruption, it's not inconceivable that people will actually accept that hazardous waste are imported or moved across countries at a cost. And there were cases, like I think in Nigeria, in Ivory Coast, where actually these wastes were found. So I support this. You are saying, when did it come into force internationally? That was sometime, I think, in 1998. A number of African countries have signed. And this Bamako one is basically an African agreement between African countries, which I think is desirable because we are actually the most vulnerable. And Mr. Speaker, if you look at the waste that we were talking about, if you talk of e-waste, look at all these computers we use, the laptops we use, the handsets we use. Where do they go? They have to be taken somewhere. And Mr. Speaker, if you look at the plastic waste or any other non-biodegradable material, where do they go? So they are actually exporting them to Africa. So Speaker, if you look at things like batteries, whether they're the ordinary batteries that we use that are actually based on acid, that when they're no longer useful, you throw them, but they still contaminate the ground with the acidic material in the batteries, this carbon-based. If you look at things like lithium batteries, those ones actually are radioactive. So these are things we use virtually every day. If you look at medical waste, there are some medical waste that are very hazardous and not easily removed. Where do they go? And some medical waste are actually radioactive. Old X-ray machines, old scanning machines, where do these things go? And these are what we are actually being protected about. Some things we use actually contain mercury. And mercury is long-lasting. It goes in the environment. It contaminates the environment. And it is transmitted to unborn children. So, Mr. Speaker, this is actually a useful convention that we should sign and go with the other African countries that have signed it. I know what we need to do is actually review it and look at advancements that come, and we amend what we need to amend. I agree with the Honorable Undo that it has come late, but it is something I support we should sign. Mr. Speaker, people put this.
You can have 1 more minute, yes, proceed.
So, Speaker, these developed countries actually put these materials, then they concrete them, they put them in concrete, they put them in ships. They come and actually load them in our countries, either dig ground and put them, or actually put them in the sea. People are worried. They are all using nuclear energy. Where are they putting their nuclear waste? They don't know where to put them. So they are targeting us. Therefore, a convention like this, in my view, is the only protective mechanism that is in place now, and we should support it and upgrade our activities into it. With that, Mr. Speaker, I support signing this.
The Honorable Alice Nganga, followed by the Honorable Memusi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also stand to support the ratification of the Bamako Convention. Honorable Speaker, I don't know what the West country they think of us. You know, they like selling waste material in form of second-hand things. They let it come to the country, they call it, we are selling second-hand phones, second-hand computers, second-hand scanners, second-hand whatever this and that. And they know very well, by the time they were leaving the country, their country, they knew it was a waste. They did not know where to dispose this waste to. So they knew the best way, they knew how, is to dump it here in Africa. And especially in my constituency. I have a dumping site called Kangoki. And Honorable Speaker, they don't do it during daytime. They wait night. By the time you come in the morning, you find so many waste material, you don't know who brought it, where it came from, what is it for, And then you start realizing people start getting sick, diseases you cannot even explain, because it has become a dumping site. They ask, I know they have also their cartels here in the country that guides them on where to dump and when to dump it. This ratification is timely. It is on point. We need to pass it immediately to protect our own country. Honorable Speaker, these gadgets are very acidic, very poisonous, both to the soil and to the human beings. And once they dust them, not only those places are used for even for other bad purposes. You find when somebody is killed somewhere, they are dumped at the site over there, because they know before these people come, because they come to those places, they stay even longer, because it smells very badly. You cannot go there. You cannot touch some liquids that are flowing if you don't know what kind of liquids are those ones. And it's only this Western country who knows what those liquids are all about. So this convention, we need to pass it like yesterday, Honorable Chair, and we thank you with your committee for finding it right and timely to bring it at this particular time to protect our country, our people, and even our farmers. Because once that soil, once you plant, you are wondering why crops are not doing very well. But the soils have already been damaged, poisoned. Nothing can grow out of that soil. And you know, you can think it's only that dumping area that affects that only dumping area. No, because of the climate change and because of the weather, the people from this region, they can smell that waste from another region. And you find they are becoming flu that does not end. You are wondering, where does this flu come from? It doesn't end. Our children are suffering. Even there is one honorable here who is sneezing. It is not here. It is not here, honorable member. It is not here. But it is outside there. So I stand to support the ratification, honorable Speaker, and also to put as a warning to the Western nation. A time has come for Africa to rise, and to rise in a biggest way, in whatever way. Both financially, we are equal to to this task. We can have our own dollars, our own climate change ratifications, and also our own laws to guide us. We don't need to be running everything or getting everything from Western world. We have come of age. We can do things our own way, in our own method. We don't need them to come and teach us on how to do our own things. We know when they don't like us, Honorable Speaker, they only think of Africa when it becomes a dumping site like now. When they want to dump their things, Africa is very important. Oh, let us take this thing. We are helping the needy. We are helping them to have gadgets. We are helping them to have laptops. We are getting them to have phones, schools. And in their hearts, they know that these materials are coming to harm us. They are looking for us, for a place to dump their things and to dump their waste. But we have said no. Thank you, Honorable Chair of this committee, for bringing this ratification timely. Asante sana.
The Honorable Memusi of Kajiado.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And Honorable Speaker, let me start by thanking the Chair together with his committee for bringing this convention to the House for ratification. And let me say from the onset, Honorable Speaker, that I support. Honorable Speaker, now more than ever, we need to be very careful on how we deal with our environment. We have seen, Honorable Speaker, that if we don't take care of our environment, the devastating effects that causes to us is unbearable. Just the other day, Honorable Speaker, we went through a ravaging period of drought where communities, especially the pastoralist community, lost a lot of their livelihoods. This, Honorable Speaker, will take us a very long time to spring back. Right now, that community is unable to take their children to school. And this is all because of not caring about our environment. We have also seen, as members have talked about here, the rise of diseases, for example, cancer. And this is straining families. Families are having to sell their land. Families are having to dispose of their property, to be able to treat their loved ones. All this is as a result of a degradation of our environment. Honorable Speaker, this convention is important as the chair of the committee has moved. And I also challenge the chair of this committee, together with his committee members, to look at local legislation, because just as members have been contributing, it came to my mind that we've not been conscious of where our e-waste is going to. In the last Jubilee regime, the government talked about bringing computers to class 1 students. And scrupulous business people took advantage to bring in substandard computers, and private schools bought these computers, which were conking off after 6 months of use. Where did all these computers go to? Where were they? How were they disposed? All the gadgets that we use, phones that we all use, we might all be on our 10th or 15th phone. Where have all these phones been going to? So I would want to challenge the chair of the Environmental Committee, together with his team, to look at local legislation on how we dispose our e-waste. It is time we start taking care of our environment, because without taking care of our environment, Honorable Speaker, even in terms of food security, we are not secure. We are polluting our soils, and in turn, the same acreage that you used to get 20 bags of maize, for example, you are now getting 5. Land is now producing less. Land is being subdivided. Honorable Speaker, all these things will come to bite us. We will continue becoming poor. So it is time we become very conscious of our environment. With those few words, Honorable Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Honorable members, I wish to recognize the presence in our speakers gallery of Kenyans who live in the States and who have come on a visit to their own motherland and want to see how this august institution is working. And they are Frazia Kirwa. Could you just rise up and so that Kenyans can see, members can see you? Alex Kirwa, William Kungu, John Koros, and finally Jennifer Kogo. They are also largely relatives of our own Member of Parliament for Mosop, Abraham Kirwa. You probably would want to say 1 or 2 words, and then you want to say something briefly, and then you contribute on the motion also, because I can see your name in here.
Yes, thank you again, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity, and also getting an opportunity to recognize my relatives here who are visiting from America to see how Parliament actually operates. So thank you for that opportunity, and also for this opportunity to contribute to this motion on the ratification of the Bamako Convention on the ban of the importation into Africa and the control of the transboundary movement and management of hazardous waste within Africa. Mr. Speaker, this motion is very timely. Africa has been considered as a place where all waste, either auction or inland, are dumped. We are going through a huge and a big problem in terms of climate change. And like a member mentioned a few minutes ago, that we have truly suffered as a nation in the last few months because of this issue of the climate change. And one of the issues, Mr. Speaker, that has contributed to a problem that we have is the dumping. Most of the transnational companies, they've chosen Africa as a place where you can dump anything and everything, just because we don't have systems that checks these hazardous waste that are brought in. We've mentioned computers, we've mentioned old phones, and many, many other things that end up in Africa and nobody checks on them. It is high time we talked about the rate of cancer that has truly gone up in the last few years, and we ask ourselves, why a very big, sharp increase in cancer? It's because of waste like this that nobody talks about it, nobody controls it, and as such, this ratification of this Bamako Convention between the African countries is going to really, really help. As of now, we have 29 to 30 countries that are ratifying to accept to say no to hazardous waste in our country. So I stand here, Mr. Speaker, to support the committee for bringing this particular motion to allow us as a country to ratify it, accept it, so that for the future of our generations and our children, Kenya will be a safe place. Our oceans and beaches will be very safe. Looking back, Mombasa and most of the beaches used to be beautiful some years back, but going back now there, it is so sad to see most of the places have been polluted. It has been a lot of dumping, has been made to be a dumping site instead of beautiful beaches. So I stand here, Mr. Speaker, to support this motion of ratification of the Bamako Convention on the ban of hazardous products in Africa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The MP for Kibwezi West is Honorable Metusi here. The Honorable Member for Marakwet West. Is it East? Marakwet North. Order, Honorable Members. Marakwet West, yes.
Marakwet West, yes. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to be on record as having supported this very good motion. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this motion on the ban of the importation of hazardous waste to Africa, and in particular, because we are signing it, we are ratifying it here, Mr. Speaker, in respect to Kenya. Mr. Speaker, this motion comes in at a very important time when Kenya is becoming a global champion in matters to do with environmental conservation. Mr. Speaker, in this country, we have an extremely progressive constitution. Mr. Speaker, Article 26 of our constitution provides clearly that any treaty or convention that has been ratified becomes part of the law of this country. So, Mr. Speaker, the effect of ratifying this convention means that Kenya, because a signatory, becomes part of the global community in matters to do with environmental conservation. Mr. Speaker, we have no reason for not ratifying this convention because, Mr. Speaker, we would not benefit as a country from other international benefits that other countries that have ratified benefit from. So, Mr. Speaker, we also need to know that Africa is facing a lot of challenges in terms of exposure of chemicals because of global trade. And, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, that challenge must be curbed through process of ratifying such treaties. But, Mr. Speaker, even as in matters of procedure, I want to agree with the MP for Funyula, Mr. Speaker, that it is unfortunate that it is the first time that as a House we are encountering this international instrument. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the procedure of ratification, one, it is to do with negotiation of this international instrument. Number two is the signing of this treaty. Number three is the ratification. So, Mr. Speaker, this ratification comes in at the tail end, at the very end. So, Mr. Speaker, we must also as a House be on record so that when this document is being negotiated, the relevant committee of this House should be on the negotiation table. This document should be brought in the House before the final ratification so that the members of this House, Mr. Speaker, when we are here on behalf of so many elected people. We represent a lot of people in this country.
Do you wish to be informed by Honorable KJ?
Yes, Your Honor, I know he's a learned man, can give me the information.
Proceed, Honorable KJ.
Mr. Speaker, mine is a very kind nudging, and I did not intend to even interrupt the flow with which the Member of Parliament was flowing with, because he was flowing very well. And he rightly said that there is a cohort of Members of Parliament who are interacting for the first time with international instruments. And that is very correct, Mr. Speaker. In fact, it is a matter that I had raised in the previous Parliament on how Parliament can be onboarded earlier in the conversation not to be coming at the tail end when the ratification is happening. The truth of the matter is the procedure has been correct. This convention finds itself on the floor of this house in a very correct manner. It is only to add a voice to what the member is saying, that yes, there does exist a legislative gap, and legislative gaps are only cured in this house. So maybe it is even a legislative opportunity for the honorable member to take up so that we can review how we ratify international treaties and acts before they get to the House. So, Madam Speaker, I wanted to note that when Kenya was ratifying an agreement between itself and the UK bilaterally in the last parliament, I did rise in my place and flag the same exact issue that the member has flagged, and he is rightly in his place to take it up as a legislative proposal. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you,
Honorable Member for Marakwet, I hope you are duly informed.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm duly informed, and I will take up the matter so that we initiate an amendment to that effect. Madam Speaker, what I was saying is, during the negotiation stage, it is very important that the members of parliament in this house, the National Assembly in its totality, be part of the negotiating table, so that when the document is brought to the House, the members of this House will have full knowledge of this particular convention or treaty, so that when we are at the process of ratifying, then the members will have full knowledge of the same. Nonetheless, Madam Speaker, I stand to be on record as fully supporting the ratification of the Bamako Convention on the ban and importation of hazardous waste to Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Naomi Wako.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to add my voice to this very important motion on ratification of the Bamako Convention on the ban of the importation into Africa and the control of the transboundary movement and management of hazardous waste within Africa. Madam Speaker, this motion has come at the right time when, as a country, we are encountering lots of challenges as a result of this. And if you visit different counties in our country, many are the times you hear of sicknesses that people do not know how they have gotten, and especially cancer that is taking the lives of many Kenyans. And sometimes, even when you go to rural areas like where I come from, of late, many people die of cancer and other diseases that they may not even be able to get any medication on. And all that happens as a result of this motion that we are talking about today. Madam Speaker, it is high time, because God has given us this opportunity, it is high time for Kenyans, and especially for members of parliament, to stand up and say enough is enough, just as we are debating today. Because the Bamako Convention was first negotiated by 12 nations of the Organization of the African Unity, and it has come into effect since 1998. And even if it has been effective, many are the times we realize that waste management is not taken care of, and especially in Kenya, whereby even in small towns, even our own local waste management is not done in a good way. We have polluted our environment. We have destroyed the resources that God has given us. And if we want to overcome this, the only thing that we need to do is to take care of our environment, to stop the current pollution, and see how best we can take care of our land, so that the land
can also take care of us. Our environment can also take care of us. I like the idea of us planting billions and billions of trees so that we can overcome some of the challenges. But unless we put our efforts together, unless we all develop the passion to do so, then we may not be able to realize. Madam Speaker, we know very well that as a country, we have enough policies in place. We have enough rules and regulations in place. We have all the things that we need, but unfortunately, implementation is not there. We have policies, and it is unfortunate that when it comes to implementation, we are not giving it any attention. Others come to our country, they learn from us, but they go and implement and they improve their environment because of the passion they have, because of being committed to what they want to do. And our country has suffered because we have not given any attention to take care of our environment. Madam Speaker, many other times we invest a lot in our country so that we take care of in our dump site, but it is unfortunate that to date, many people suffer because of the diseases that get into our environment as a result of that. With those few remarks, I can only say that if we want to revive our economy, if we want to revive our social life, if we want to revive our health sector and improve, we can only invest in our environment. And I support the convention. Thank you, and the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member for Marsabit. The Honorable Julius Meli, Member for Tinderet constituency. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support the motion tabled by the Chair, Committee of Environment and Forestry. Honorable Speaker, I just want to say that the Bamako Convention, or ratification of the Bamako Convention, is actually supported by the laws of the land. Our Constitution clearly supports that international laws that are ratified that actually become part of our Kenyan laws. And Honorable Speaker, when you look at the environment, it is all that actually supports life. A poor environment, Honorable Speaker, actually contributes to loss of life, both for human, plants, and animals. Honorable Speaker, if you look at hazardous waste, and this is a problem that is facing us today, it is quite expensive as a country if we don't control the disposal of hazardous waste. And Honorable Speaker, you realize that countries across the world, and more specifically the advanced nations, actually at times we manufacture items that actually has a lot of effect on our lives if not well disposed. A few minutes ago, I heard the honorable members talking about items such as phones, computers, chemicals or dispose of chemical cans, and many others, polythene bags and many others. If you look at all that, Madam Speaker, if these particular equipments or devices are not disposed well, it is going to be a cause of a number of illnesses, a number of diseases that is affecting us. And Honorable Speaker, you realize that as the medics will rightly put it to us, many of the diseases that we have in the society today are as a result of poor disposal of hazardous wastes. And this has affected our economy. Right now, or in this country, you'll have many families who use most of their resources to treat the sick. You'll use a lot of resources to try to heal the land, which could actually, at times it cannot produce enough food. That's why you'll realize that we go even to look for lime, we look for many other things to cure what could have actually been saved. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that even the Environment Management and Coordination Act of 1999, Honorable Speaker, speaks very clearly on what the government or the state has to do to protect the environment. And in doing so, It will assist this country to cap the transboundary or transborder transportation of waste. Even the lorries that move across the countries to our neighboring nations, when they come back, they will even bring containers that even some of our drivers, some of the people who carry them, are not aware of it. In some instances, some of the containers or some of the hazardous waste that are brought into the country, some of the people who bring them are not aware. And in fact, if this particular ratification is brought into force, it will actually stop the movement of such dangerous materials. Too, Honorable Speaker, every year, thousands of schools, institutions, government agencies dispose of computers. The manner in which these computers and devices are being disposed of is not actually very clear. And you'll realize that these are the same kind of items, these are the same kind of devices that will injure our environment in one way or another. Some of them tend even to dispose them into water bodies, thinking that they will actually maybe dissolve into those bodies, but in the end, we are going to suffer as a nation. So the fact that the Bamako Convention is trying to stop this transboundary movement, and even nations that are trying to propagate this, it will stop them and therefore enable our environment to be safe, and it will therefore be safe for men, animals, and even the plants of the earth. I support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Jackson Kosgei, nominated member. Bishop.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. From the onset, I support this motion on hazardous waste, and it was given in the and signed by this country through a convention. As we all know, properties that are no longer useful to any society and created either through industrial, as an industrial product or whatever it is, that becomes so dangerous and capable of harming human beings and the environment, is an asset that requires an attention in what they call the chain of manufacturing, so that in our trades and importation of products that are used by the citizens of this country, responsible ministries and authorities must make sure that as we import these particular properties, we will take care of disposability of the same at the end, when we no longer have use to the same. It comes to us through industrial manufacturing, and even as we lead ourselves in Africa and in our country to develop, to manufacture, we must pay attention to that chain, that we manufacture a product, we mix some properties, but at the end of the day, we will no longer use it. Madam Speaker, we should pay attention to this, and so much that we are prepared for the disposability of the same. Thirdly, we in Africa must now make sure that we put to action, now that we ratify in this country and several of our countries are ratified in Africa, we must be proactive in protecting our people and protecting our environment, and take responsibility and make sure we live in a safe environment. Also, Madam Speaker, we should hold companies that are importing these products with the possibility of being hazardous to our society. Even those who are importing more automobiles, electronics, they are working in the telephone, communication in this country. They should tell us what is there. As you license them, as we monitor them, we need to know how and what is the preparation they have in the disposal processes. With that, Madam Speaker, I support this motion.
Thank you very much, Bishop. The Honorable James Nyikal, member for Seme. You are on the radar. The Honorable Wilberforce Oundo, member for Funyula. Honorable members, I'm just trying to focus on the, so if you have already spoken, then you're not going to speak. The Honorable Paul Biego, member for Chesumei. Already spoke. The Honorable Joseph Makilap, member for Baringo North.
Put a question. We have not spoken. Oh.
The Honorable Ekomas Mutuse, member for Kibwezi West. Honorable members, I think there could be, we may need to look at the system. The Honorable Geshimu Githiji, member for Gishogo. Kindly trace the member for Gishugu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this ratification of this convention, Bamako Convention, because it touches on very important issues in this country, the issues of environment. And Madam Speaker, I've just noted from the report that this convention was signed by the Kenyan government on the 17th of December 2003. And I rise to, I also commend this committee that has come, that has taken over this matter, because this matter has been lying somewhere for all those years. And the issues of environment are very, very critical in this country. We also commend our president, who has been spearheading and who is the hand of the issue of environment in Africa, because through him, this matter has been able to find its way to this parliament for approval of this ratification. Madam Speaker, one of the issues that we've been grappling with is the issues of actually donations, which have been put very well by the chairman. We've been getting so many stuff for donations in this country, but in essence, those countries are actually disposing their wastes. That needs to be taken very seriously. In fact, we should follow up through the committee to make sure that all the materials that are donated in this country, either through education or even through the Ministry of Health or whichever angle, are also taken through the KEBS verification of the standards that we require in this country. So I believe that is an area that we should be very keen. We don't just pick things from there in the guise of assisting our people, but actually those people are actually making or dumping hazardous waste in this country. Madam Speaker, I also think that our efforts through the current government, led by the President, to preserve environment should also be respected by the other countries, so that when a decision has been made actually that should be respected by actually making sure that this convention is followed to the letter. Madam Speaker, a lot has been spoken, and actually I do not intend to belabor all that has been said, but I just thought I must rise and support, because it comes at a very critical time when this government is taking matters environment very seriously for the benefit of the Kenyans for today and prosperity. Thank you, and I support.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Jackson Lekumo-Tore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Lekumo-Tore. Yeah, I rise to support the report. And Madam Speaker, this is a very important report and beneficial to our country. I think, Madam Speaker, there are so many hazardous materials which sometimes get way to our country. And approving this or ratifying this convention, Madam Speaker, it will help us a lot. There are so many harmful materials, Madam Speaker. And in fact, in some places in this country, there are materials which has been dumped in some places which are now affecting even livestock and human beings. And they are dumped there long time ago. So, Madam Speaker, our environment is very important, and this is one way of taking care of the environment. And Madam Speaker, as a country, we have learned a lot that we really need to work and improve what we have, because there are so many things already which has come to us. And Madam Speaker, if we don't take care, we may be affected so much when it comes to these harmful materials which are affecting our people. If you look at even the industries, Madam Speaker, they are releasing so many bad things to the environment. And as long as we want to look at this convention, even internally, it is very important to take care of our environment. And Madam Speaker, if this one is taken care of, I think we'll have a lot of good land and very spacious to the people. And I think even of late, Madam Speaker, Kenyans are talking a lot about even the GMOs. It therefore means we really need to protect our environment and the people in our country. And anything which brings threats to environment, we have to work and protect the environment, Madam Speaker. So I think it is a very important convention, timely to us, and I think we really need to ratify for the sake of our country. So, Madam Speaker, thank you for the chance. I support.
Thank you. The Honorable Charles Kamuren. That means that because your name is also appearing on the screen. The Honorable Catherine Omanyo, is it your intention to speak on this motion? Okay, proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really support the motion because some of the nations abroad have treated Africa as a dumping site. They had eclipsed us into thinking that they really care. But when they realized that some of these objects or things that they came up with are hazardous and can cause problems, and they don't want to dump those things in their nation, they bring them to Africa. So it's a high time we took charge of ourselves, took charge of our environment, took charge and made sure that for anybody abroad who wants to maybe bring anything here or import anything within our boundaries, the things are not hazardous and are not radioactively, bad. So I also I'm backing it by saying that we should not be taken as a dumping site. Thank you.
Very much. The Honorable Mwafrika.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to top up the support of the Bamako Treaty. Madam Speaker, this treaty seeks to stop the importation of hazardous and radioactive waste in Africa, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we need also to take initiative as African countries on how to implement this treaty by way of controlling and minimizing the transboundary crossing of these developed countries which come to Africa to dump their waste. And Mr. Speaker, I believe the developed countries know that once they dump these wastes in Africa, as a result of that, all the diseases which may be caused by this waste, they know that we shall go to their countries to seek for treatment. So, Madam Speaker, this treaty, it is very good if we can come up with some ways of how to implement it, and also the consequences of those countries which probably will not observe the conditions of this treaty, Madam Speaker. I support Madam Speaker, and I make a call to all African countries to rise to the occasion and make sure that this treaty is implemented to the letter, Madam Speaker. I support.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Benziba. Try to trace the Honorable Benziba on my left.
I'm here.
Please move to the microphone that is working.
Asante sana Madam Speaker kunipa nafasi fursa hii na mimi niweze kupenyeza sauti yangu. Nimesimama kuunga ripoti hii. Madam Speaker, taifa bora ni lile linalolinda mazingira yake. Mazingira ni ndio chanzo cha matatizo mengi. Na mataifa mengi yanarudi nyuma wakati mazingira yanakuwa ni mabaya, mazingira yanapokuwa mabaya, maradhi yanagubika katika taifa hilo, badala ya kwenda mbele inarudi nyuma. Madam Speaker, si vyema watu katika mataifa mengine ambayo ni ya kitajiri watumie nafasi ya kuja kutupa takataka zao sehemu zetu, ama mabaki ya yale wanayaona kwamba hayawafai, wanasema sasa wanakuja kama msaada na kumbe anakuja kuwa na madhara. Madam Speaker, bahari yetu imechafuliwa sana. Imechafuliwa sana kwa na hao mataifa ambao wanajiita ni matajiri. Licha ya kuwa sisi tuna umaskini, lakini umaskini wao ndio wametusababisha umaskini kwa njia kama hii ya kutuletea machafu hapa ambazo ni sumu, zinarudi sisi naturudisha nyuma, alafu wanarudi wao kutuambia sisi wanakuja kutupa msaada. Madam Speaker, maradhi ya kansa ama ya saratani hapa Afrika hayakuwa hivyo zamani, lakini sasa yamezidi paka kwa watu, hata paka mtoto mdogo anazaliwa anakuwa anamkia na hiyo maradhi kwa sababu ya yale machafu wanaotubwagia sisi. Kule kwao wanajifanya wanasafisha bahari zao, lakini kwetu ndo wanatumia dumping yetu kwa neno la kusema ni msaada. Madam Speaker, taifa ambalo la kuheshimika ni lile ambalo linahakikisha kwamba watu wake wanaishi salama. Na kuishi salama ni kutokubali kabisa kuja kumwagiwa vitu tusivyovijua. Wanatuletea vifaa kama wanavyosema, wanasema vinakuja kwa msaada, baada ya wiki mbili vifaa vile vimeharibika na tayari vimeshatoa miale fulani kwa wale watoto kama ni za shule. Kwa hivyo ni vyema sisi twende na hali zetu wenyewe, tusijaribu kuomba misaada ambayo sisi itakuja kutuzuru. Kwa hivyo Madam Speaker, pia mimi nimesimama hapa kuunga mkono hata sisi katika taifa letu, ikiwa ni takataka ambayo iko katika sehemu ya mji mwingine isihamishwe kupelekwa mji mwingine, pale pale ikae, na kama ina madhara ikabiliwe pale, isiweze kuambukiza sehemu nyingine. Madam Speaker, nimesimama kuunga mkono ripoti hii na nasema kwamba tusikubali, licha umaskini wetu tulioko nao, Mungu ndo atakuwa ametupa sisi na ana njia kutuhifadhi nao. Kwa hivyo tusikubali uchafu utoke mataifa ya Ulaya ama mataifa ya kitajiri kutuletea sisi. Kwa haya nasema asante na napongeza kamiti iliyounda hii report. Asante.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Benzimba. The Honorable Ngongoyo, member for Kajiado North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this chance. I rise also as a member of this committee, Madam Speaker, to support the motion on the floor, as I thank the chair and the membership of the committee. We went through this particular convention, Madam Speaker, and its ratification is progress for this country, for people who believe in environment. And going forward, Madam Speaker, we will have put a buffer on anyone or any country that would want to deposit hazardous materials to this country. Madam Speaker, as an environmental impact assessment analyst qualified by NEMA, one who practices, Madam Speaker, this is one of the most progressive laws to adopt. And ratification means we are saying we are part of the global world that is saying no to such materials. Madam Speaker, some years ago, hospitals were built using asbestos. Most of the environmentalists said no. But because there was no particular law that hindered hospitals to be built using asbestos, one of the prime jobs nowadays we are doing is to remove asbestos from all institutions and mostly hospitals that were built at that particular time. The dangers they have caused, Madam Speaker, we would not want to mention because some of them have ended up making people lose their lives. What we are doing now, we are creating a law that will help our people, that will help us from other countries or other people to even importing to this country, they will be hindered by this particular law. I want to thank this committee for taking its time to go through this. Madam Speaker, we had very many days of arguments until we came out to an agreement on how it should go going forward. And I want to tell the executive through the CS SOIPAN that they now have the tool to work and they have an opportunity to make sure that this country is well protected going forward. And actually going forward, we have way. And even other conventions, Mr. Speaker, that are, Madam Speaker, that are before us, they will be of importance for us to ratify so that we are able to bar people who import hazardous materials or even depositing from other countries. With those very many remarks, Madam Speaker, I support the motion and ask this House to adopt this particular ratification so that we are part of the people who are saying no to hazardous materials to this country. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Gonzi Rai will be the last on this.
Asante sana, Bi Speaker. kwa kunipa nafasi ili na mimi nipate kuungana na wenzangu kuhusiana na ripoti ambayo iko mbele ya nyumba hii. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kitu cha kuhuzunisha sana kwamba development partners wetu ambao tunawaita kwamba ni wenzetu kimaendeleo, mara nyingi wanachukua nafasi hii kutumiza sisi kwa sababu ya umaskini wetu. Bwana Spika, nafikiri kutokana na ripoti hii na vile mambo yalivyochaguliwa na kupangwa, kuna umuhimu kwamba pia bunge hili likapate kutoka na sheria muafaka ambapo penginepo itakapogunduliwa kwamba watu ambao mara nyingi wanatumia nchi hii kutupa vifaa ambavyo vinaweza kuleta madhara, hatua ya kisheria ikapate kufanya kazi ili likapate kuwa funzo kwa mataifa mengine. Speaker, mara kwa mara tumekuwa tukiona mambo ambayo wakati mwingine hayapendezi, kwa sababu licha kwamba penginepo tunatumiwa takataka, kuna wakati ulifika tukaja tukaambiwa kwamba sukari inayoletwa katika nchi hii ina madhara. Lakini kwa sababu ya tamaa za kutaka kujitajirisha mapema, watu wako tayari kwamba uhai wa maisha si muhimu, bali muhimu ni ule tajiri ambao wanautafuta. Speaker, mambo haya yamekuwa yakiendelea na vitengo vinavyohusishwa viko, lakini hatua haichukuliwi. Unakuta mambo yale yanapotea kwa upepo. Sisi hatuna roho mbadala kwamba penginepo baada ya tunapopata shida kama zile tunaweza tukaenda tukaomba roho nyingine ili kuja kuwapatia watu wetu. Tunapopewa maradhi tunahangaika na kujua kwamba ni kitu gani kitakachoweza kutuokoa. Kwa hivyo kamati hii imefanya kazi ya kutosha, na ni letu kuwapa pongezi kwamba kazi walioifanya ikapate kuonekana na mwangaza huko mbele, kwa sababu likiwa ni funzo kwamba bunge hii inapitisha hoja hii, basi inatakikana kwamba baada ya hivi sheria mwafaka ikafuate ili tukapate kuhakikisha kwamba tunafunga milango yote ambayo inaweza kutumiwa na wale ambao wanaona kwamba Kenya ni mahali ambapo unaweza kufanya lolote lile kimajaribio. Sisi si raia ambao penginepo hatuna umuhimu kwa Mwenyezi Mungu. Na hata huu maskini ambao penginepo tuko nao, sio kwamba tulitaka tuwe hivi, lakini watu wasichukulie huu kwa unyonge na kuona kwamba wanaweza kutufanyia mambo vile wanavyotaka. Speaker, naipongeza kamati na nalipongeza jumba hili kwa sababu ya kuiunga mkono hoja hii ili kuhakikisha kwamba tunatafuta usalama wa wananchi wetu. Mazingira yanapoharibika, nataraji kwamba ni miaka kama 2-3 iliyopita tulikuja kuwa na maradhi ya corona hapa, ambayo ni maradhi tukiaulizia zaidi tunapata kwamba yalitokana na baadhi ya watu fulani kusema kwamba wacha tueneze ugonjwa huu kwa sababu tunataka kufanya majaribio madawa yetu. Mataifa yamewahi kuwa na wakati wa kufanya majaribio ya silaha zao za hatari katika bahari Hindi. Kule kuna samaki, na samaki wale tunawatumia, mwisho tunapatikana na matatizo ya maradhi. Na Bwana Spika, haya yote ni mambo ambayo yanatumiza sisi kama wananchi. Kwa hivyo ninaomba kwamba sheria ipitishwe ya kuhakikisha kwamba tumeweka ama tumefunga njia zote za wale wahalifu wanaotumia nafasi kama hii na kutuletea vitu ambavyo vinaweza kutuletea madhara. Speaker, mimi nashukuru kwa sababu ya kunipa nafasi, manake mahali ninakotoka ni mahali ambapo najua mambo kama haya. Kwa sababu ya ukosefu wa elimu, watu wengi hujiingiza mashakani. Kwa hivyo naiunga mkono na nasema kwamba Mungu akapate kutubariki kwa hayo. Asante.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa wa Kinango. Honorable members, I see one more interest by the Honorable Waithaka, member for Kiambu.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support this Bamako Convention, and I would like to thank the Committee on Environmental, Forestry and Mining, led by the very able Honorable Gikaria. Madam Speaker, I rise to support because we've heard of many cases reporting of many ships that have docked at the port of Mombasa. And the latest one that I know of was in December, 21st December 2021, the MV Precarious Voyo, that was a Danish ship that had come from India that was on the way to Tanzania. Madam Speaker, the Western countries have taken advantage of our weak laws, because the reason they come to dump in Africa is because they have very strong institutions that are able to check on hazardous waste, and because they know we do not have enough resources to support our investigative agencies, they then come and take advantage and come and dump the hazardous waste here in Kenya and in Africa. So this motion is very timely. Madam Speaker, when hazardous or nuclear waste is dumped in our countries, for example in Mombasa, we get many cases of fish, people who eat fish, seafood, get very diseases that are not able to be explained, like cancer. And this becomes very expensive for the country, and we lose many lives. In my constituency of Kiambu, we also have fertilizer that has been banned in the Western countries. But it's able to make its way into Kiambu and into our country. And in my constituency of Kiambu, we have a very high rate of cancer. And when we take a map of Kenya, we find that in the agricultural areas, like in Kiambu, the cases of cancer are very high. And this is caused by this dumping of cheap material, fertilizer that has been contaminated, which, Madam Speaker, has been banned in the Western countries, but it's able to get here in Kenya. So, Madam Speaker, I would ask that our country, we fund our investigative agencies, and we have laws in place, and we also have checks and balances to make sure that goods or materials that are banned in the Western world are not allowed in our country. Because when they allow them, we have a very, very big problem, because our health deteriorates and it becomes very expensive for our country. So, Madam Speaker, I would like to support this motion, and I would like to commend the Department of Environment for bringing up this motion at this particular time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member Kiambu. Honorable members, I had said that that would be the last one. However, I have a request by the Honorable Kawanjiko, member for Kiamba, and that will be the last, and I'll call upon the mover to reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for extending your hand and also extending your time to me, so that at least I can be able to contribute towards this great motion. And I'm rising to support the Committee on Environment, led by the able chair, Mr. Gekaria. Madam Speaker, this motion is very important because it's talking about, it's all about taking care of our environment and also being responsible as a country. Because sometimes we really take it for granted that we have a beautiful country, we have a beautiful continent, we have a very good marine systems, and also the issues to do with the oceans. We are surrounded by so many oceans around. And therefore, many Western countries take advantage of our innocence and our ignorance, sometimes because of the help that we normally get from the Western country, Madam Speaker. And I recommend the 35 countries that came together to make sure that this Bamako Convention that has been brought forward, and even the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and even as a country, because some of these hazardous waste that we have really witnessed in our great, country, and even in the ocean areas, whereby that the Western or the Asian tigers come probably to experiment, and even, to throw away and to make our ocean become a dumping site. Some of these effects may not be realized now, but in the later days to come, you'll realize that it's a great problem that our country and even the taxpayers will continue to incur a lot of losses because of the hazards and the sickness and the diseases that are brought by this hazardous waste, Madam Speaker. This also is a bigger way to also tell our Ministry of Environment that we need to take a step forward and a step further by ensuring that we ratify, but also the systems that are supposed to be put in place to make sure that these Western countries are not making, our oceans, or they're not making our country and our continent to become a dumping site. Some of this effect is through the diseases that the people surrounding the oceans start, getting, Madam Speaker. Some are cancerous. And we have a very high rate of cancers in our country, Madam Speaker. Sometimes we don't realize and we don't know what we are going to do and how to tame this cancer disease that is seriously affecting each and every household within our republic. And therefore, we have also seen that the government is really spending a lot of money to make sure that probably is buying medicines. They're able to treat those people who are affected by the cancers. And when you look at the genesis of where this disease is coming from, is because we ignored some of the signs, some of the scientists that probably told us the direction that their country is getting into, some of the waste materials that are being brought by the Western countries, some of the waste products that, even the GMOs, some of the things that they have not been able to adapt even in their country. But because they have seen a leeway and an area that whereby they can be bringing those materials and they dump them in our country, then we take it for granted. And at the end of the day, if we were able to protect and to prevent whatever was happening, then maybe probably today we'll not be talking of the diseases that are really affecting our people, Madam Speaker. I therefore rise to support this. And we must also make sure that even if we ratify this motion, Madam Speaker, we must also put into task the ministries involved to make sure that they are able to monitor whatever is happening within our oceans. Some of the fish market and fish industries, whereby probably the people from the coast, they enjoy, because that's where they earn their daily living, Madam Speaker. They go there to fish. When they fish, they're able to feed their families. When they feed their families, they're able also to educate their children, Madam Speaker. So therefore, we must protect our marines. And number two, we must make sure that we monitor whatever the Western countries have been doing, whatever the Asian tigers have been doing within the ocean. We must protect the rich and the wealth that the God has given us as a country by who can crook, and make sure that we protect of our environment, because this is what we have today. Tomorrow we don't know what will happen, but we must take care of our environment. And therefore, I is to support, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Member for Kiamba. Honorable members, there be no other interest in this motion. I call upon the mover to reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the so many members who have given in their input, and most importantly, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the majority whip, Madam Naomi Wako. Honorable Speaker, how I wish this would have attracted the interest like the finance bill. Honorable Speaker, this environmental thing is one of the most important things. But maybe members look like they don't have an interest, and yet it is And I want to thank Honorable Naomi Wako for your presence right from when we started to now. Honorable Speaker, I've heard what they've said. Honorable Speaker, KJ spoke very passionately about e-waste, and that is exactly what we are talking about. E-waste is something that we really need to address through this ratification. And of course, being a chair of ICT, Honorable, he has actually the knowledge and to what extent that this is affecting this country and the environment. Honorable Njikar, I want to thank you as a medical practitioner. You understand on medical waste and what happens, particularly on radioactive issues that affect this country, affects the health of the people, animals, the environment, and everything that else. And I want to thank Honorable Njikal for what, of course, a few members have spoken by these people when they are coming. And Honorable Speaker, I want to tell you, in NEMA, and we are going, as a committee, we are going to caution NEMA. There is no way that the ships will be coming and then they are coming to be cleaned in Kenya. And when they go back clean, now all the waste is left with us. Where do we take the waste? That some people are given some materials to go and bury in Kibwezi, I mean in Kilifi, I don't know where. Honorable Speaker, these are some of the issues that we are talking about that has to stop. That you keep your waste in your ship. Once now you Caribbean, our country, is where now you want to come. And I think this cleaning of this, and just because our Kenyans will be paid a few shillings to clean the ship, then it becomes, I think this is something that we need. Of course, Honorable Madam Chair, African ratification, spoken by somebody. Alice Nganga of Thika had spoken about that we always come up with ratifications by the European country, the developed countries. But here is one of the ratifications that is our own, from Mali in Bamako, that we need. Honorable Chair, what hurts the most? This country is going through a lot of issues on matters to do them. And do you know what happens? Carbon credit is a huge thing. Kenya is rated at the top as the first earner of carbon credit, because of those developed countries that pollute the environment. When they pay because of our trees, guess who gets the money? The same Wazungus are the ones who are getting this carbon credit money and taking it back again to their country. And they never even planted trees in this country, for heaven's sake. So again, these are some of the issues that we need to, of course, the rise in diseases that has been said. Honorable Speaker, there is a member of parliament from Marakwet, was it West? He said, and of course supported by KJ, about Parliament coming at the tail end. I think we need also, as Parliament, to be at the forefront when these things are being discussed. And of course, Honorable Ouda had indicated, we have become rubber stamp. We say we can amend, but at the same time, there is a clause that locks us from, and I totally agree with you, Honorable Ouda, that these are some of the issues that if you are involved right at the beginning, then these issues will not. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, is about the implementation. We came before this Parliament and asked for some monies to budget environmental department under the Ministry of Environment. And Honorable Speaker, the lean staff in NEMA then affects the implementation of what you are going to talk about these days. So again, it is important for this country and the executive to also think. We tried and we got a few shillings to be able to beef up our the support staff in NEMA so that they can be able to implement what we are intending. Speaker, I want to thank all the members who have contributed. Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply and request maybe you under Standing Order 53.3 to defer putting the question. Of course, I don't want to read under the Standing Order 53, you know what it means. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to reply.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gikaria. Honorable members, putting of the question is deferred to another sitting as will be scheduled by the House Business Committee. Next order.
Order number 12, motion, ratification of the Minamata Convention on Mercury.
Mover, Chairman.
Again, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House adopts the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining on its consideration of the ratification of the Minamata. I didn't have that paper. The Minamata Convention on Mercury, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, this one is not, it's just the same thing, again, checking on our environment and specifically Mercury. Honorable Speaker, what we have done, the just concluded motion talks about hazardous waste, and Mercury is one of them. And Honorable Speaker, if you look at the way we handle Mercury, then again, it is important for us to consider. So I will not have much to say on this matter, Honorable Speaker. It's just to confirm that on the 23rd of February 2023, the Minamata Convention on Mercury was submitted to the National Assembly by the Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Foreign Affairs, to our committee. Of course, the convention, it's an environmental treaty negotiated in the 21st century that demonstrates the innovative and comprehensive method of handling mercury throughout its cycle, from mining to waste disposal. Honorable Speaker, this it's pursuant to Article 118, talks about the
Honorable Chairman, you are doing very well, but I would like to request you to go back and move the motion as it is in the order paper. And I would like to ask that you be assisted. Just stay where you are. You are going to be assisted. Please read it as it is on the order paper.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts a report of the Department Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining on its consideration on ratification of the Minamata Convention on Mercury, laid on the table of the House 21st June 2023, and pursuant to provisions of Section 8, subsection 4 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the ratification of Minamata Convention on Mercury. Sorry, Honorable Speaker. So basically, Honorable Speaker, is just mercury is part of that hazardous waste. And again, as I indicated, Honorable Speaker, I don't want to labor so much because it's basically the same thing that we had agreed. Honorable Speaker, the Minamata Convention on Mercury entered into force on the 16th August 2017, as provided for in Article 31, and on the 90th day or after the date of deposits of the 50th instruments of ratification, acceptance, approval, and accession. Honorable Speaker, this has 128 signatories out of the 140 states that have agreed on this. A few, of course, 39 of them being from Africa, notably, particularly our colleagues, Uganda, the Republic of Tanzania, Zambia, Zimbabwe, among others, have already ratified this. Of course, this will protect human health and the environment from these environmental emissions that will affect this country. Honorable Chair, the convention require that by 2020, which of course all parties to cease the manufacture import, of course that has been overtaken by event because by that time. And it's unfortunate, Honorable Chair, as again I had indicated, that this was brought here so many years back, but is only finding its way to Parliament right now. Of course now, and of course, Honorable Odo, you're right in the first motion where we're questioning even the effectiveness of the convention now that if we say it by 2020 and already So, Honorable Speaker, this has nothing to so much. It's just the same as it has I had indicated earlier, and to say that it has met the requirements of the law, that once it is approved by Parliament, it will become part and parcel of the laws of Kenya, and of course under the Treaty Making and Ratification Act, number 45 of 2012, Honorable Chair. So, Honorable Chair, having considered the submission and analyzed documents tabled and pursuant to Section 8 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act, the committee recommends that the House approves the ratification of Minamata Convention on Mercury. I take this opportunity to thank and commend committee members for their devotion and commitment to duty, the Speaker, the Clerk of the National Assembly for providing us with adequate staff to be able to, and I, Honorable Speaker, I beg to ask Mheshimiwa Kamuren, my Vice Chair, to second.
Yes, you may proceed, Honorable Kamuren.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to second this convention, Honorable Speaker, of the Minamata Convention on Mercury. Mercury is a mineral, it's well known, but it's very dangerous if it is not used as expected. It is harmful to human, it's harmful to any living thing. So this convention will assist us and open doors that we shall be able to control. When this convention has been ratified in Kenya, it will give us an opportunity to also learn the new skills and new techniques of handling mercury from other countries that have ratified this convention. It will also assist us to get opportunity of our people to go and learn more and to acquire knowledge on mercury. Same, we shall benefit as a country with the money that are set aside to assist on how to make use of this mercury. Honorable Speaker, it is good that the image of our country moves with other countries all over the world. So this convention will give us an opportunity to make sure that we have a clean and healthy environment for our people. So I second, Honorable Speaker, this ratification.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kamuren. Honorable members, I now propose the question that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining on its consideration of the ratification of the Minamata Convention on Mercury, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 21st of June, 2023, and pursuant to provisions of Section 8(4) of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the ratification of the Minamata Convention on Mercury. Honorable members, I would like, I assume that those who are putting their cards intend to speak on this motion. And I would like to give the first opportunity to the member for Dagoretti South, the Honorable John Waweru.
Madam Speaker, I could not be more honored than to get the pole position on this debate, on this ratification, on this convention regarding the handling of mercury by the country Kenya. Madam Speaker, as it is well known to us, the good Lord created this world and provided for the provisions for man and life on this planet to depend on. And in fact, the planet was so well balanced at creation that the balance did not need man to come and balance the planet. However, man has one very curious characteristic. It is curious, but also very dangerous. Madam Speaker, the characteristic I'm talking about is greed. Because of the life we live in, and especially the life we are living in for the last 500 years, what scientists have wanted to call the materialistic age, the scientific materialistic age. We have adopted greed that is insatiable, especially with the formation of a capitalist society. The greed has increased to a level that is insatiable, that is unsustainable. Madam Speaker, it is the great Gandhi, when speaking, who said that this world has everything, enough for everyone, but it has not enough for even one greedy individual. Madam Speaker, the mishandling of what God created stems out of greed, and hence the need to balance the world through laws, through regulations, through statutes, through conventions. Madam Speaker, I am one excited individual, and that's why I'm sitting long hours here, so that we can debate the ratification of these critical and very important conventions, Madam Speaker. These are conventions that have been sitting in desks somewhere. They have been sitting in shelves somewhere. So before we even say anything, we have to commend this committee for an amazing job of reaching out to these shelves where these reports have been gathering dust, pulling them out, bringing them to the floor of the House, and having them debated and ratified. So, Madam Speaker, I would like to thank this committee. You can see their commitment through this debate. You see the members sitting through long hours for this ratification, and I'd like to thank this amazing committee, thank the chairman, its vice chair, and all the 15 odd members of this committee. Madam Speaker, on matters Mercury, I would not have added even a single word to what I had contributed to the earlier ratification. But Madam Speaker, it is important to note that Mercury as a metal is a special metal. It is one metal that is utilized in so many fields of our life. We find it in our homes, in our thermometers, we find it in hospital, we find them in installations like public institutions, kitchens, and so on. So the handling of Mercury becomes one that must be cascaded down to the handlers who handle this very curious metal, even in places where there isn't enough and sufficient training. Because, Madam Speaker, this is an extremely good servant when it is serving man. But when it becomes a master, Mercury can become a killer. So, Madam Speaker, I stand to support the ratification of this convention. I'd like to borrow all my contribution notes from the previous debate, add them to this one, and add, over and above that, Madam Speaker, the fact that Kenya does stand a pole position in taking leadership in matters climate change, Madam Speaker. The benefits are there for everyone to see. Clean environment, better health, better living spaces. But most importantly, we ought to remember that there is also money to be made out of this climate change journey. Madam Speaker, Kenya has every opportunity to take leadership on cashing in on the benefits that accrue from carbon credits, Madam Speaker. And for this reason, I support with all my strength, Madam Speaker, this convention that has been brought here for our ratification. And I do pray that after ratification, we shall see a follow-up from this committee in terms of regulations stemming out of agencies and organizations that have been tasked with policing this area. So, Madam Speaker, I do support the ratification of this convention. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Very well spoken, member for Dagoretti South. The Honorable James Nyikal, member for Seme.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I rise to support the ratification of this convention. Madam Speaker, this is an extremely important convention. It's a global treaty. And I'm actually happy that so many African countries have signed in, because these silent things that don't attract many of us to the House are actually very important. And our people from other continents know that. And this lack of interest from us is beautiful to them. They do what they want. So this international convention, I think we should sign it. It was negotiated in Geneva in 2013, came into force in 2017, and a lot of African countries, as the mover said, have signed it. But the main thing is actually what is the impact of mercury? Why do we need a convention on mercury? Because this convention seeks to ban further mining of mercury, face down the use of mercury, control emissions of mercury into the air, into land, and into water. And how does this happen? We have daily use of mercury in gold mining, particularly this country. Gold mining is probably the most important. The artisan, small-time gold mining, to a large extent, they use mercury in the process. It is used in fuels, particularly coal. We don't use a lot of coal in this country, but there's some part where coal is and actually can be used, and even other fuels. In pesticides, some of the pesticides we use actually do contain mercury. Instruments, if you look at thermometers, if you look at manometers, they actually have mercury. And there are many in hospitals. When they break down, what happens to them? Where does the mercury go? So that is really important. In dental filling, I think in some of our clinics, perhaps they're still used. So there's a lot of mercury in the environment. But then why are we concerned? We get exposed to them. If you use pesticides through breathing, consumption, particularly in food and fish, this, if there is use in industry and the waste is into water, it goes into fish and food, and we use it, and just physical contact. And then what does it do, Madam Speaker? The main culprit is actually a form of mercury that gets into the body, is methyl mercury. And if it gets into the body, great damage to the brain. You get serious neurological defects, abnormal movements, mental disorders, paralysis, and people even die, particularly in the acute stage. But worse still is the chronic place where you get it gradually and it accumulates in the brain. People start to get mental disorders, people start getting abnormal movements, they get paralyzed, they get numb, and eventually they can't use their limbs, they can't feel, and because of that, they get almost auto amputations, and they have a lot of problems. And even worse, if it's used, particularly by pregnant women, it actually gets into children. And then, again, slow damage, children are born with mental damage, small heads, they are paralyzed, and they become pink, called the pink disease. And this is actually where the word Minamata comes from, because this was a big problem in Japan, in Mutembei, where women were giving birth to children who had malformed, who had this problem, and people didn't know. Between 1950, 60, up to I think 68, when they actually settled down that it is actually mercury. And that was the Minamata disease from the fish that women were eating. And that is why it attracted international attention, and the process for the convention started. So I think it is something you should support. And the other thing I like about this, Madam Speaker, is that the convention realizes that when we have to move away from this, you will need some technical support. And it provides actually even financial support through global environment facility, where we have to co-fund it. And I think here as a country we should take advantage.
Please give him 1 more minute.
Thank you. Today I'm very lucky. Yeah? So if yeah, well, I get. So if you have co-funding where if you get $1, you get $4. Why don't you put that $1 and get $4? And you'll get a technical assistance. And it is in line with our laws. But we may have to look at our laws. Pharmacy and Poisons Act, we may have to look at it when we are doing this. The Mining Act, because of what we use, and even the Petroleum Act, should we use coal? And with that, Madam Speaker, I do support this. These discussions this afternoon are extremely important, and we should move as a country, support them, but put in place structures to monitor what is happening. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nyikao. The Honorable Naomi Wako, member for Marsabit.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, once again for allowing me to add my voice to this very important motion, the Minamata Convention on Mercury. And I'm glad that once again I've gotten this opportunity because it is quite important to us and our environment. As I said earlier, unless we take care of our environment, then our society is doomed. And we know very well that mercury is a very important thing, but at the same time, if we don't take care of it, then our environment will be polluted, as we have said. In 1956, two sisters, aged 2 and 5, were diagnosed in Mutembei, Japan, with the crippling and untreatable and stigmatizing effects of mercury poisoning. That served as an eye-opener, and from that time, of course, many people have been negatively affected. And mercury is recognized as a substance producing significant adverse neurologically, just as it has already been said, and it has lots of other health effects, especially to the infants and unborn babies. Madam Speaker, anything to do with infants and unborn children has a lot of effect on our future generation. So we need to take care of our future generation by adapting this and taking care of our children, and especially anything that affects expectant mothers and unborn children needs our serious attention as a country. I also support this because the objective of the convention is to protect human health and the environment. Today, many people are suffering because we have not been taking care of our environment. Lots of diseases have been there, and even during COVID-19, clean environment is what many people have been advocating for. And we thank God that that is past now, but you never know what other diseases can come as a result of this. And if we take care of our environment and then put in place good control measures and make sure that we have all the laws that is needed in place, then I'm sure we'll be assured of a healthy society. We need this ratification in place, and especially putting into consideration the health concerns, and especially in developing countries like our country, which is Kenya, and many other countries. And with those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I support the ratification. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Naomi Wako. The Honorable Wilberforce Oundo, Professor, member for Funyula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And let me also echo the sentiments of the chair of the committee that this could be actually one of the most important piece of a motion that we are debating, yet you can see how few we are in the floor of the House, because the powers that be have not told us to come and become a voting machine. But nevertheless, Honorable Speaker, Minamata Convention on Mercury, as the clearly states, a multilateral treaty aimed at protecting human health and the environment against mercury's harmful effects. From the limited knowledge I have,
Honorable Mutunga, what is out of order, Honorable Mutunga?
Honorable Speaker, is the Honorable Professor in order to suggest that they are voting, their powers to be that transform human beings, especially members of parliament, into voting machines. How do they actually substantiate that? Name the powers to be and how he became a machine.
Honorable Honorable Oundo, you need to give a response on that matter.
Honorable Speaker, the standing orders are expressly clear, is that you cannot impute wrong motive on a member of parliament. I did not mention any member of parliament. So there's really nothing out of order, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to proceed and conclude.
You will proceed, but make sure that you stick to the subject matter.
For sure I will. I'm very well guided. Honorable Speaker, the harmful effects of mercury are known. And I remember in the 12th Parliament, there was that animated debate about sugar laced with mercury. And the debate became very interesting. And of course, it turned out not to be correct as the House threw out the report. Honorable Speaker, the general danger of mercury cannot be overemphasized. And as we stand here to support this convention, and as my colleagues have echoed, it's time to relook at the way we negotiate and adopt this particular, treaties, because the country and as the National Assembly come at the tail end when there's very little we can do for to ratify it or to look at it. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the report, they raise that mercury is the extensive use of artisanal gold mining is special significance in Kakamega, Pekera, Pokot, Transmara, and Migori. On the face of it, the adoption of this convention will literally render those who participate in artisanal gold mining jobless. We do hope and pray there are alternatives that we can use instead of mercury in respect of these jobs that are going to be lost. And it's also good, and I hope the government or the executive will use the benefits as they have included of global environmental facility, a financial instrument, and the convention. We do hope and pray that when that facility is eventually availed, it will be used to address historical exposure to mercury and to find alternative ways where these miners can proceed with their work without necessarily losing their job, because one of the core requirements of this convention is to reduce or completely eliminate the use of mercury in whichever production process. Honorable Speaker, I completely approve or support the adoption, but again, we need to relook at the provisions of the Act to make sure there's adequate participation from the people of Kenya before we approve or ratify such a far-reaching piece of legislation that is going to affect the people of Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable John Mutunga, member for Tigania West.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to also add my voice to this very important motion. Honorable Speaker, adoption of the Minamata Convention is key to us as a country because we are members of the global community, so for we so belong and we live together. Honorable Speaker, this is about the most recent convention, having been adopted in 2013 and signed off in 2017. It is about the protection of the environment and human health. Honorable Speaker, after that Minamata Bay syndrome, the world community, the global community realized the need for us to adopt or to talk together to be able to contain the issues related to mercury. Honorable Speaker, after this convention, there is clear realization that mercury, being one of the top 10 poisonous chemicals, can be contained. The purpose is basically the reduction of effects on the environment and on human life. Honorable Speaker, what are the key provisions which maybe our people need to know about this convention? The convention brought the world community together to think together, to work together, to basically control the supply of mercury across the globe, to basically control the trade in mercury or trade on mercury as a commodity of trade, to basically control and contain the use of mercury as it were, also to basically contain and control the emissions, because any accidental and deliberate emissions of mercury would cause some of those effects. Even the release of mercury as it was as a chemical is also captured in this particular convention. Honorable Speaker, the second most important thing that the convention covers is create awareness on the necessary precautions that need to be taken by people in the event that they have to handle mercury or have anything to do with the mercury. And the third one is basically to build the necessary institutional capacity for people to be able to contain mercury as a substance. Mercury basically has the potential to penetrate our skin through breakages of the skin. Mercury will cause a lot of issues. Dr. Nyikal has mentioned some of them, but from a lay point of view, Honorable Speaker, it will cause irritation. And dare to say, it will cause the irritation of the skin itself, it will cause stomachache, it will cause the chest pains, it will cause coughing, it will cause insomnia, mercury will cause indecision. People will have headache, people cannot be able to decide what is right and what is wrong. It will cause exhaustion, it will cause weight loss. So it has a complicated effect. And this complication on effect may be mistaken for any other disease-causative agent. Honorable Speaker, it is important for us to join the global community in containing and controlling the various applications of mercury or the handling of mercury. Honorable Speaker, I support the adoption. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The final interest in this is the member for Chesumei, the Honorable Paul Biego.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And I rise to actually support the committee, the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining in the ratification of the Minamata Convention on Mercury. As my colleagues have alluded to, and I say that actually mercury is a dangerous metal, and that many of the countries who have signed, I'm surprised, and that Kenya, based on the report, that we have been left behind, and now I stand to support the treaty. And I actually say that many people have suffered unknowingly because of the effects of mercury. And now that it has come to a time that we need to ensure that we also be part and parcel of the signing, so that at least we avoid the damages caused to us. So, Madam Speaker, I stand to support strongly the resolutions of the committee, and it is my prayer that it goes through. Thank you.
Thank you. There be no other interest in this motion. I would like to call upon the mover to reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Once again, I want to thank the members who have given in their contribution. Honorable Speaker, it cannot go without being noticed. The effects of mercury, particularly to the human health. Honorable Speaker, it is, as Nyikal and others have indicated, Madam Naomi Wako has even indicated where it originated, some children who were born. Nyikal indicated that even in pregnant women, if you consume, and it will also affect the unborn child, and that has been amplified by Honorable Naomi Wako on the effect and how this Minamata came into effect. Honorable Speaker, it is unthinkable that if this country cannot be able to take this convention seriously, and I want to say that our committee did consider this, and we have actually asked this House to approve. And of course, Mheshimiwa Oudo has indicated that now the artisanal miners, particularly in the western country, in the western province of this country, might go jobless. Well, if this is yes, it has proposed for a ban, but it has also given other provision on how you can use mercury to its life cycle without the health effect that it can have. So it does not necessarily mean that you are going to ban. And of course, I am in the, again, we are oversighting the mining ministry. And we have agreed again that the artisanal miners are a very big business component in this country. We know what they do. We know they are the ones who earn a living for their families. And we know what it has done to that western part of this country. And we, as a committee, have actually proposed that we'll have a cooperative for the artisanal, because these are people who actually, the middlemen actually have taken advantage of their ignorance or innocence on the precious metal that minerals that they get. So again, we have taken that into consideration, Mheshimiwa, that we are not going to render them jobless. It is just a proper way of how we can use that Mercury to its, of course, Madam Speaker, I beg to reply and again request your understanding Order 53.3 to defer putting the question. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Chairman. The request is ascended to. So question to be put is deferred to the next sitting, as will be scheduled by the House Business Committee. Next order.
Order number 13, motion. Approval of the Defense Cooperation Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Kenya and the Government of the Republic of Seychelles.
Chairman? Is it the chairman? It's Honorable Bashir. Major Bashir, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm sure I'm cognizant of the time that I'm looking at, and this is a very critical, but nevertheless, I will still move. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations on its consideration of the Defense Cooperation Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Kenya and the Government of the Republic of Seychelles, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 13th June 2023, and pursuant to the provision of Section 8.4 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the Defense Cooperation Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Kenya and the Government of the Republic of Seychelles. Honorable Speaker, the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations is established under the National Assembly Standing Order 216 and is mandated, among others, to examine treaties, agreements, and conventions. Honorable Speaker, the committee report before the House details the committee's consideration of the Defense Cooperation Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Kenya and the Government of the Republic of Seychelles. Bilateral defense cooperation agreements, DCS, have emerged as the most common practice and institutionalized defense cooperation. DCS establish broad defense-oriented legal frameworks between the parties, thus facilitating cooperation in defense policy coordination, research and development, joint military exercises, education, training, arms procurement, and exchange of classified information. The radical shift in the global security environment since the 1980s have fueled demand for DCS. Largely, states use DCS to modernize their militaries, respond to shared security threats, establish security umbrellas with like-minded states. Honorable Speaker, Kenya and Seychelles cooperate in many areas, including trade, maritime security, and the fight against piracy, blue economy, parliamentary exchanges, exchanges between chambers of commerce, youth and sports, cultural exchanges, fisheries, exchange information, etc. Honorable Speaker, on 18 July 2022, the Seychelles Minister for Foreign Affairs and Tourism, Mr. Sylvester Radegonde, and Kenya's former Cabinet Secretary for Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Rachel Omamo, signed, among others, Defense Cooperation Agreement between the Government of Kenya and the Government of Seychelles. The Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Defense, Honorable Ndwale, submitted a copy of the Defense Cooperation Agreement and a memorandum dated 28 November 2022 to the National Assembly for consideration. The purpose of the memorandum was to appraise the House on the agreement and to seek the approval of the National Assembly for ratification of the agreement. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Article 118(1)(b) of the Constitution on Public Participation and Section 8(3) of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, the committee placed adverts in 2 local dailies on Thursday, February 23rd, 2023, calling for submissions of memoranda on the agreement. However, by close of the deadline, the committee had not received any memorandum on the agreement. Honorable Speaker, Section 37 of the Kenya Defence Force Act governs cooperation with external forces and provides that any treaty or agreement between Government of Kenya and any other state or international institution regarding the use or provision of military forces shall provide for, among others, A, the legal status of members of the defense forces placed at the disposal of the military authorities, such as state, institutions or organizations and foreign military personnel, and their mission while the personnel are deployed in Kenya. B, the conditions of operations of the Kenyan Defense Forces and the foreign military personnel outside gazetted areas. C, compensation of local communities in the event of accidents in areas where the military is deployed. D, the treaty or agreement entered into pursuant to Section 37 of the KDF Act shall put in place mechanisms to protect the interests of the local community of the place where the foreign military forces are deployed and provide that the foreign forces are subject to Constitution and all laws of the Republic of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, the DCS places an obligation on visiting forces to comply with the domestic and international laws and specify the areas for cooperation anchored on strategic interests and priorities. Therefore, the current DCA that this House is now considering with Seychelles has identified the following areas for cooperation. A, maritime security, counterterrorism, information exchange, exchange of defense and military delegations, exchange of military students, instructors, and directing staff, joint military training exercises, procurement of defense equipment, supplies, and repair services subject to national laws, participation in trade, science, and technology exhibits, research and development in defense, science, and technology, other fields that may be agreed upon according to the nature of this agreement. Honorable Speaker, the implementation mechanism involves a joint military cooperation committee and a joint technical committee, which will formulate work plans for the implementation of this DCA, with representation of at least 3 uniformed personnel for each party. They will convene alternately in Seychelles and in Kenya, with the Joint Military Cooperation Committee meeting annually, while the Joint Technical Committee meets twice per annum or as directed by the Cooperation Committee. Honorable Speaker, some of the key provisions of the DCA are mandatory requirements to conform to Kenyan laws and international obligations. The financial arrangements include each party bearing their own costs, travel costs, insurance, evacuation, salaries, and allowances, and training costs to be administered through supplemental arrangements. Further, security and visits will be guided by the host nation's laws, with coordination of visits to be implemented through the designated point of contacts. Honorable Speaker, having considered the agreement and analyzed the submissions made, the committee observed as follows. A, globally, bilateral defense cooperation agreements have emerged as the most common practice of institutionalized defense cooperations. DCAs establish local, broad-based or defense-oriented legal frameworks between parties, thus facilitating cooperation in defense policy coordination, research and development, joint military exercises, education and training, arms procurement and exchange of classified information. B, the Republic of Seychelles and the Republic of Kenya share a common border at sea, and this is very critical. Therefore, being neighbors, it is imperative that they maintain structured defense cooperation for their mutual benefit. C, the Republic of Seychelles is a crucial and ideal training ground, especially for the Kenyan Navy of the Kenyan Defense Forces. It is therefore in Kenya's best interest to foster defense cooperation with Seychelles. The Seychelles Defense Forces, formed in 1977, is one of the world's smallest militaries, and its primary responsibility is maritime security, particularly countering illegal fishing, piracy, and drug smuggling. With a large swath of sea and a small military base, this will give a large area for our Kenyan Navy base to do training and also expand their territory. in terms of training and facilitation. Honorable Speaker, having reviewed the agreement and considered the submissions made and pursuant to Section 8 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, the committee recommends that this House approves the ratification of the agreement between the Government of the Republic of Kenya and the Government of the Republic of Seychelles on defense cooperations. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and urge the House to adopt this report. I now request Honorable Mamusi to second this motion. I thank you.
Honorable Memusi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wish to second the motion that this House approves the ratification of the agreement between the Government of the Republic of Kenya and the Government of the Republic of Seychelles on defense cooperation. Honorable Speaker, globally, states have resorted to the use of defense cooperation agreements, also known as DCAs, to modernize their militaries, respond to mutual security threats, and establish security umbrellas with like-minded states. Kenya is no exception to this. Honorable Speaker, the DCA provides for obligation to protect classified information, obligation to protect the intellectual property of each party. Legal status is to be conferred in accordance with host nation laws, and the host nation retains primary jurisdiction for criminal offenses, with offenses that violate military discipline to be disposed of by respective parties in accordance with their military laws and regulations. Honorable Speaker, further, on claims and indemnity, the DCA provides for cross indemnities and/or claims settlement caused by negligence with parties negotiating settlement for third-party claims in accordance with the law. The DCA further provides for the settlement of disputes on DCA implementation through amicable means and community relations that respect and are sensitive to traditions, customs, and local cultures of communities. Honorable Speaker, additionally, the DCA provides that each party is to retain their respective command for military personnel and ensure the security of equipment, uniforms, arms, and equipment, obligation to maintain safe custody of armaments, uniforms, and other defense articles, with a requirement to provide notice with importing the same. Honorable Speaker, finally, on taxation, importation, and exportation, the DCA provides for the importation of goods for official use tax-free, and importation subject to inspection and customs regulations. It is also prescribes the procedures for identification, vehicle registration, investigation, procedures for accidents, and entry into force, duration, amendment, and termination. Honorable Speaker, having reviewed the agreement and considered the submissions made, I have no doubt that the agreement will foster Kenya's national interest, and the House ought to expeditiously approve the ratification of the agreement. Honorable Speaker, I second the motion and urge the House to adopt this report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Memusi. Honorable members, I now propose the question that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations on its consideration of the Defense Cooperation Agreement between the Government of Kenya and the Government of the Republic of Seychelles, laid on the table of this House on Tuesday, 13th June 2023, and pursuant to provisions of Section 8.4 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the Defense Cooperation Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Kenya and the Government of the Republic of Seychelles. Honorable members, if you intend to speak on this motion, please hit the intervention button. Honorable Jane Kagiri, member for Laikipia.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute to this report. Honorable Speaker, I stand to support the report on the Defense Cooperation Agreement between the Republic of Kenya and that of Seychelles. Honorable Speaker, it's worth mentioning that I hail from a county called Laikipia, where we have benefited from a cooperation agreement like this between the British Army Training Unit of Kenya and the Kenyan government. Honorable Speaker, I would want to add that away from the benefits that the both institutions would gain, it is also good to mention that the local communities in the areas where the trainings would happen would actually also benefit. Looking at a county like ours in Laikipia, we have the local community benefiting from jobs that come up from these trainings. We have the economy of the local area benefiting by renting out the premises and properties to these institutions, as well as we have our people learning from the skills that are trained by the people in the military. Honorable Speaker, it's good to also add that away from the cooperation agreements, I would also urge the both parties to observe the local laws of the either country, as well as the obligations that they're supposed to be observing. That said, Honorable Speaker, I support and wish the very best as we pass this very important report. Thank you.
The Honorable Timothy Toroitich, member for Marakwet West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute on this very, very important motion. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this defense and cooperation agreement between the Republic of Kenya and the Republic of Seychelles. Madam Speaker, I thank the committee led by the chair who is here for the way they conducted the adoption of this defense and cooperation agreement. Madam Speaker, this time round, unlike the yesteryears, the veil is being lifted on military engagements in Kenya. Madam Speaker, initially, the matters to do with such agreements were hidden and were not subjected to public participation. But I want to thank the current progressive legal framework that we have in this country, whereby we conduct public participation on matters that would otherwise be hidden from the public. Madam Speaker, it is unfortunate that the chair who has moved the motion indicated that there was no memorandum received from the public. Madam Speaker, I think in future, this committee should look at other more avenues of conducting or engaging the public, because it is important that we get the input of the public in respect to these very, very important defense and cooperation agreements. Madam Speaker, it is also very important because I have heard the chairs put it very clearly that under this defense and cooperation agreement, it has been made clear that the engagement that we shall have is that those who will come to Kenya for purpose of training and other benefits will be subject to the constitution of this country and all other laws. Madam Speaker, if you look at the history of this country, where at some point we didn't have such engagements, you would find that military officers from other countries would come to this country and they would not be subject to our constitution or to our regime of laws in this country. And you'll find in other areas we have small young children who have, some women have given birth to some different color of people, but they would not be held accountable. But if we have such kind of an engagement, then they will be told you will be liable under the laws of Kenya in case in case you mess up in the country. But Speaker, the engagement in the agreement, it is also very clear that they would respect the local culture of our people. In my opinion, that is very important because these military engagements normally happen in areas that, because of the expansive nature of the terrain, they need an area that is not occupied, and they would go to areas where we still retain our cultures. So, Madam Speaker, I rise and I support fully this defense and cooperation agreement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, member for Marakwet West. Honorable members, and the time being 7 p.m., this House starts adjourned until Wednesday morning, 5th July 2023 at 9:30 a.m.